Madam Mayor Pro Tem, it is now 4:02 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thi- This is the November 14th regularly scheduled work session zoning hearing and council meeting for the city of South Fulton. Mr. Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
This roll call for tonight's 4 o'clock meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1. The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Corey A. Reeves, District 5. I believe he is present via Zoom. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
And the Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
The Honorable Mayor Khalid has not arrived as yet. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, you do have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Quorum having been established, I will call the meeting to order. If you could please, sir, Mr. Clerk, sound the first item.
First item, city manager items. Presentation by interim city manager Sharon Subadan. Monthly reports inclusive of the finance and public works reports.
Good morning, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Am I on? Mayor Pro Tem and Council, the city manager report was furnished to you electronically as part of the agenda and emailed to you, along with our initiatives aligned with the strategic plan and the update to the finance plan. I'm subject to your questions.
Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for providing the city manager's report. As I read through it, I was looking for an update for the cardio room here at Welcome All Park. I know that we were testing to see if it was black mold and waiting for that test to come back, and we met with some seniors about 2 weeks ago, and I haven't gotten an update on if the black mold came back to be positive and how long it was going to take for remediation if it was positive, and when we can move forward with implementing the floor. I went to look at the floor and it looks like it's still in the same state.
Right. So it did test positive, as we suspected, and so we are waiting to effectuate a contract with a mold remediator so we can move forward with the work. So I'll circle back with facilities maintenance, and I'll have an email out to you tomorrow providing an update.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, I saw some projects, and we don't have to belabor, because I did request a one-on-one with you, so we can, and I'll send you this stuff in an email so that you can have more specific information. But some of the stuff says that the work is going to be, the consultant brought towards the end of 2023, and so we are basically at the end of 2023 for some of these projects, and I just want to know what the next steps are.
Sure. Several of the projects are going to be showing up on the agenda. Some are on there tonight. Some others are coming forward. If they're right-of-way projects, we have some land acquisitions going on. So depending on the project, and you'll see that there are some additional contracts on the agenda for tonight, for approval.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll take the rest of my comments offline.
Councilwoman Gums.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor Pro Tem. I have actually two quick questions. We have the contract, I guess, to vote on today for the demolition of Cliftondale. And of course, upon the record, I want to make sure that we discuss a historical piece of the Cliftondale area. So if you could speak to that in regards to that, so we can answer some questions for some of the residents that are concerned about what's being torn down and leaving some of the historic structure available.
So my understanding is that the demolition was for the entire property, And so as you saw on my response today, I wanted to get more context as well as some history from this body as it related to the, I think it was a schoolhouse building that has a historic context. So I don't have a specific answer for that now, but certainly if you move ahead with the demolition, before the actual demolition takes place, if there's a desire by this body to retain the historic structure, then we would renegotiate with the vendor to eliminate that portion.
Yeah, there was a concern that was brought up in a meeting last night in regards to the restrooms and being able to have access to sewer. And I believe that is the only access right now for sewer. So I think they want to keep that particular area, but we'll talk more about that. My next question and final question is any updates on the parking ordinance implementation process? We still have a lot of residents that are asking questions. When can they really get some relief in regards to the parking that's happening?
Right, so the Public Works Department is accumulating a list. There are some communities that are completing petitions regarding getting the parking signs. My understanding is unless we erect the parking signs, we do not have the ability to enforce parking. So going through that process right now and sorting out which communities have existing signs, their willingness to remove those signs, replace them with city-erected signs that are able to be enforced is kind of the process that's ongoing right now.
Okay. And do we know when it will be available online or any anticipation of when the residents can go online and start putting their petitions in?
I do not have that tonight, but I can get that information for you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
The chair recognizes District 4 Councilperson J.C. Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam City Manager, before I ask, I have a couple of questions on the financial report, but I want to make sure I didn't miss a communication. Did we have a communication about the new security protocol that went out to everyone?
So not specifically for tonight. I did share with you that we needed to amp up security, and it has been inconsistent.
Yeah.
So the chief and I had a conversation around that.
Okay.
And
Sure.
after the last serious shooting that happened in a different city, I literally woke up one night and saying, you know, we really need to be more consistent in our security protocol. But my apologies if we didn't notify you in advance.
Yeah, I was just very late, so I didn't want to be later. Anyhow, but thank you for that. It's something that I personally have had concerns over, so I do appreciate the security being stepped up, okay? For the budget, I noticed our collections was at 96% for 2023. And can you shed some light, because it looks a little, at least 2% lower than some of the historical end-of-year numbers. Do we still have more funds coming in still?
And I think that was only around the, only around ad valorem. Some
Okay.
of our other funding sources were significantly ahead of schedule. And so, you know, we don't have 100% collection on our ad valorem, and that is something that we're going to be engaging the tax commissioner regarding. Delinquent taxes, some go back as long as 4 years. And so we are going to ask them on our behalf to pursue those areas that are delinquent. But the other thing is, even though this is, that report had information through September, there are still trailing, it's not our final fiscal. So you will see some trailing revenue, as well as, thank you for the layout, there are some expenditures for fiscal '23. And next meeting, I'll be asking you to do a budget amendment to allow us to carry forward some funding so we can pay the '23 expenditures with old money, if you will. So yourselves and departments won't have to use your current year to pay last fiscal year's bills.
Okay. The other question, I didn't see much in here with regards to the parks, any update on the park. So I don't know if you have an update from them, or if you can send something afterwards.
The General Services Director, as you know, is new. And so in our next meeting, he will be providing an update. What I'm trying to do is not give every department, give you an update every month.
Sure.
Because sometimes there isn't much change. But what I'm trying to do is make sure over the course of a quarter, you get a part of my report will include departmental reports.
Okay. Those are all the questions I had. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions in the queue, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Yes, that brings us to Roman numeral 5, presentations. First presentation tonight will be the Streetlight Master Plan presentation and presented by Public Works and TSW Consultants.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, and residents of the city of South Fulton. I'm going to be very quickly, and I'm very glad that we got to this point to do a presentation for the Street Light Master Plan. With that said, we have a TSW, the consultant firm that provided those services for the city. On Zoom, we should have Mr. Bill Womack as well as David Linton. With that said, Corey, please allow them access to follow up with the presentation.
Mr. Linton?
Thank you very much. Tonight is going to be our final presentation of the South Fulton Streetlight Master Plan. We're going to keep this pretty quick to stay in the 10-minute presentation time limit. So if we go a little too fast at the beginning here, tell me to slow down. On our agenda tonight is Meet the Team, which I'll do that right now. It's myself and our consultant, Bill Womack.
Good afternoon.
If you can flip back to the agenda real quick. Thank you. We're going to go over the scope of the project, the schedule, where we are right now, overall recommendations, and then we have some short-term recommendations, some long-term recommendations. We have a policy for you all to consider, some financial and cost implementations, and then next steps / questions. So we can go ahead and skip. Again, on the call tonight is myself, David Lintott, and Bill Womack. Next slide. The scope of the project was to identify ways to meet existing and future streetlight needs of the community in a manner that reflects the city's vision, to define an approach based on available technologies, address the safety needs of all transportation users, not just vehicular, but also cyclists and pedestrians, guide the future streetlight infrastructure improvements and operational programs within the city, make recommendations regarding future needs, costs, priorities, investments, and funding, provide options for design, fixture styles, standard spacing, technology, and lighting levels, and then to develop an all-encompassing streetlight policy that will replace the existing lighting requirements within the existing overlays. Next slide. Like I said, we're in the last steps of this project, so we're almost finished. Next step. Next slide. And Bill.
Bill, I'll take over. Thank you. Basically, before we get into the details, we just wanted to remind everybody that just because you have light on a street or a sidewalk, et cetera, doesn't mean that you have the ability to light it correctly. So in our recommendations, we are typically basing them on adding lights where you need to have them added and lighting areas that need to be lighted. And we're doing this, the main standard is IESNA, which is the Illumination Engineering Society of North America, which is kind of like the lighting Bible that everybody uses. Next slide, please. We have here just some different cost of what other cities are spending in their lighting programs today, just as more of a information to you. Next slide. So our overall recommendations, first thing is to try to standardize your fixtures. We wanted to find a color range because we are suggesting you use LED lights everywhere. And therefore, we get into the aesthetics of the street lights, the environmental considerations, site conditions, the cost of the lighting systems, safety, and safety has to do with intersections, streets, parks, sidewalks, bike lanes, trails, etc. We're also going to touch on the Smart Cities incentive, and we've also have a section in our report on solar street lighting fixtures. Next slide, please. So the evaluation framework, like I said, the majority of our information is based on IESNA, but we have also looked at Federal Highway. We've looked at AASHTO, which is the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, and we've been dealing with GDOT and the GDOT standards. We also looked at the level of pedestrian and cyclist activity in various areas. We've looked at the pedestrian and driver safety. We've looked at the comfortable use of residential streets after dark. We looked at bus stops, crosswalks, schools and park locations. We have stakeholder meetings and we have public input. We have looked at accident data given to us by the South Fulton Police Department, and we also looked at the South Fulton Comprehensive Plan and Comprehensive Transportation Plan that was provided to us. Next slide, please. So, in an effort to maximize your, I guess, bang for the buck is the best way I can put it. What we're going to suggest, which will be both for vehicular safety and cyclist safety and pedestrian safety, is our short-range recommendation is to provide lighting at the majority of the intersections in South Fulton. We think that's where you're having most of your accidents. We can see that from the crash data, et cetera. Next slide. So in our short-range recommendations, which are years 1 through 5, intersection lighting is the first thing that we're dealing with. We were also told to look at some illegal dumping sites, which the city gave us, the crime data, which we got from the police department. We're also looking at street lighting at school and park entrances. And then we had some street lighting that was identified by the stakeholders at our public meetings that we've looked at. Next slide, please. So you can see from the short range of years 1 through 5, the number of projects that we looked at. And I know it's kind of hard to see on this scale, but where those projects are located throughout the city of South Fulton. Next slide, please. Then in our 6 to 10 year, which we consider our long range recommendations, we looked at, and let me back up a little bit. I should have put this on the slide. IESNA categorizes streets in terms of daily vehicle usage. So your smallest streets are local streets. That's like your subdivisions. Your collector streets are your streets that bring the cars from the subdivisions to the major streets. And then you also have several expressways. You have 2 of them. One is Camp Creek and one is South Fulton. Now, in our recommendations, you'll see the last bullet point is we're not recommending that you light those 2 expressways simply because there is no utilities along the right-of-way, so the cost would be almost prohibitive to light that. Next slide, please. Then you can see the projects that and where they're located. I know it's hard by color, but year 6 through actually year 15 are the projects that we've done, and those are in the report. Next slide, please. Then we got into solar lighting. We were asked to look at that, and I've done a fair amount of study on this for y'all, and typical mounting height for solar fixtures is approximately 25 feet, and the spacing is approximately 80 feet on center. Now, that relates more to normal street lighting is somewhere like 300 feet on center. So the fixtures that we looked at have a controller in them that will have the first 8 hours at dusk, the lamp will be at 100%, and then after that it'll dim to 50%. What that does is that gives you typical run time of 4 to 5 days when there is no sunshine, wintertime, bad weather, et cetera. The fixtures that we looked at were an LED type fixture. They are rated at 60 watts and it's 7,881 lumens, which is the light output. Next slide, please. We were asked to look at pilot programs around Georgia. Presently, I do not know of any that are installed. I called several of my vendors and several of my lighting reps. There is going to be a pilot program in Augusta, but they have not, quote, gotten it off the ground yet. One of the things that you have to realize is that all costs associated with solar lights will be by the city. The utilities will not do this lighting for you. And of course, with a solar lighting project, it requires approximately 3.5 times the amount of poles and lights to get the same coverage that you will get from an LED street light provided by a utility company. And you, the city, would be responsible for the maintenance cost and what we call the knockdown cost. Somebody hits it, knocks it over, you've got to replace it. And all of this is documented in the master plan through the pages you can see 225 through 228. Next slide, please. Then these are the various costs that we have budgeted, the budget costs that we put together with all of our recommendations, which are a part of the master plan. I don't know that you want me to go through each one of these, but we have it for short range recommendations. And then the next slide, we have it for the next slide, please. We have it for the long range. So we've given you the annual cost. If you did everything at the end, then you've got what the cost would be annually for the street lighting that we have proposed, if you will, for the city of South Fulton. Next slide, please. David, I'll let you take it over.
Thanks, Bill. So how to fund streetlights? The city of South Fulton has a couple of options. We can do tax-exempt bonds. We can leverage increase in property taxes. We can do special service district taxes. We can send out utility bills, tack it onto the trash bill, the water bill, things like that. And then there's always the option of piggybacking the cost or the upfront costs associated with streetlights onto other projects into their budgets. If the city wants to install and maintain their own lights, this would be not having the power company install them and pay a monthly maintenance fee on them. Then there are government programs that you could look into through the Department of Energy and their Renewable Energy program. There's also the Georgia Transportation Infrastructure Bank, which could provide grants. Again, these are for projects where the city is paying for the lights up front, not purchasing them on a monthly agreement, so to speak. This could also, these two, Department of Energy and the Georgia Transportation Infrastructure Bank, could be used if the city wanted to go forward with some solar lighting projects, specifically within parks and city-owned properties. Next slide. Bill, I'll turn the policies back over to you.
Then, yes, we were asked to review all of your various policies that you have in effect right now and basically put together a single City of South Fulton street lighting policy, which we did. And this policy would replace all of the current lighting requirements from what are the existing overlay districts and ordinances, et cetera. Basically, the new policy will define how you light the various aspects that are going to be lighted: streets, sidewalks, bike lanes, trails, parking lots, et cetera. The policy also will address how to deal with conflicts and deviations from the standard, and will have an enforcement portion which gives the City of South Fulton the ability to enforce the streetlight policies. And we're suggesting that the streetlight policy become a part of the City of South Fulton permitting process. Next slide, please. So we've provided definitions. We've provided exemptions and grandfathering of existing lighting systems, of which you have, of course, which are not necessarily going to meet these standards, but you're not going to be able to tell somebody to tear something down and rebuild it. We are also providing you very detailed design criteria for all of the various lighting aspects. We're providing an enforcement by the city of South Fulton. We are going to provide or will be provided a method to request street lighting. And again, all of this can be noted in pages 212 through 216 in the master plan document. So the policies are based on the following scenarios. You have existing, public streets, subdivision streets, sidewalks, bike lane trails, park sidewalks and parking lots. Then we break it into renovation or upgrading of pretty much the exact same things so that when you renovate an area, you will then, the developer or whoever will bring that up to the current standards. And then, of course, when you have new streets or subdivisions, et cetera, they will meet this criteria. And of course, the city will need to establish an implementation process, a form or something. We have a form in our master plan, but it's only an example of what you should have so that the public can request the lighting, et cetera. Next slide, please. Any questions?
Thank you. I'm sure we have several. My first, I just want to ask a couple of questions. I usually don't go first, but I think that some council members will probably have some comments about some of the things I'm going to ask. The first is one of the suggestions was to make the street light design part of the permitting process or the zoning process?
What we're suggesting, yes, sir, it'd be the zoning process would be my thought, in talking with, Public Works. When y'all get, a new development and, say it's going to do city streets, then you need to have that developer provide correct lighting. It would be approved at permitting. And then that, again, that is the way that you can enforce this whole, the street lighting ordinance. Or the street lighting policy, excuse me.
All right. Okay, I'll do a show of hands. I see people coming in, but I see you as well. My next question is, is there a hard recommendation about, thank you so much first for including the solar powered option. Is there a hard recommendation for or against the solar powered option?
Is that for us to make? Are you asking me to?
Well, I'm asking if amongst your recommendations, there were definitely some recommendations you made, but it wasn't clear if that was one of them.
Okay. Initial instructions to us was that the power companies are going to provide and install all of your streetlights.
Okay.
Therefore, then the recommendation is no, because Georgia Power and they're not going to put up solar lights for.
Right. So my request, thank you, for the city manager would be, or for our finance department, whomever. There was discussion that the solar powered lights were 3.5 times more expensive in terms of installation. But because we would not have to buy power from the power, I'm just wondering what in the long term, is there sort of a cost benefit analysis around what we might save by using those lights? And you don't have to have the answer now, but do we have any sort of numbers or projections about when we might break even were we to go with that option?
I don't believe that we put a break-even point in there, but as an example, you are paying, and I'm doing this from memory, so please don't shoot me. You're paying $20, $25 a month for a street light, and yet to install one solar light, is probably in the neighborhood of $15,000. So yes, and then you would need 3 of these to replace one of those. So I think we threw numbers out of anywhere from 20 to 60 years payback.
Okay, well, that's,
But no, we didn't do a formal payback for you.
right, that's a little discouraging, but also, well, I still, you know, I'm an ecologist, so I still would want to see more information about that, and I think that it's also important for us to consider that because we would own the lights, there have been talks about, you know, banners and signs and all sorts of things that we want to attach to poles that, you know, we would not have to ask anyone's permission if they were our poles. Lastly, there was a recommendation about color temperature, and I am not a streetlight expert, but I understand that the cooler, that a warmer temperature around like 3,000 versus 4,000 might be. Let me rephrase it. That cooler temperatures like the 4,000 can interfere. They have an environmental impact on the migratory patterns of animals. I don't know, for some reason, white lights do something to animals. So I would, in the interest of safety, I would be interested in having those brighter lights at the intersections, but perhaps on the collector streets or on some of the more residential streets, because we do still have a very green city with lots of wildlife, that we might want to consider the impact of all of these bright white lights and the light pollution, because, you know, not everybody is in favor of lighting up everything everywhere. But with that, I will turn it over to District 1, Councilperson Rowell.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I know one of the things that we have been doing as streetlights have gone out that they've been replacing with LED. Is there a price differential on what we pay for per month on those lights versus those who have not? And second, you mentioned a process for communities to petition for lighting. How much do you anticipate that would be, given that you looked at the whole city and kind of determined and prioritized where lights, are those lights in which they would be in a community that might need to be upgraded because they're being paid for by HOA? Or I'm just trying to be clear, what would they be petitioning if we kind of looked at the city as a whole?
You want to take that one?
Okay, the answer is they would be petitioning for a city street, not a private subdivision. Again, y'all are not going to buy lights for your subdivisions unless they are city streets, is what we understand.
So, and then the cost differential, do we pay a difference if it's a LED light? Because I know that they've been gradually replacing.
My understanding is because they have the savings on the electrical consumption is that it's a break even, but I would have to double check that here. I know that has been my experience, but I'd like to be able to double check that for you.
Okay.
So in other words, the power company doesn't charge you more because they're using less electricity on their side. It's less,
right.
It's more efficient for them to put in the LED, so you get the benefit at no additional cost.
Right, but we don't necessarily get the savings. I
No.
guess that's what I wanted to understand. Okay. I think that's pretty much it.
The differential, excuse me, the differential is the LED is a more expensive fixture right now.
More extensive fixture. And just one other question.
Yes, ma'am.
I know it says we're paying about $1.4 million a year on streetlights. Do we have any idea how much is being spent overall in our city to light? That which is borne by private companies, entities versus ours? No?
I don't know how we would capture that. This is a cost to us, and one thing I wanted the presentation to make clear is these are recurring costs.
Yep.
So even the funding that I put aside for the streetlight master plan in this year's budget, this would have to be replicated every year. So we don't just buy the lights and it's one and done. it's almost like you're paying a lease cost for the
Yep.
lights. The upside is if the gut light goes out, or if it gets hit by a car, you know, something happens to it,
They
the power
fix it.
company is responsible for making that replacement.
I did see that, and it looks like if we do all the recommendations outlined, and of course, as over time, we're talking about 4.6 million a year, a little over, to implement this plan.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any additional questions.
All right, the chair recognizes District 2, Councilwoman Gums.
Thank you, Mayor. So while we're talking about the cost, and I just want to make sure I'm clear,
A little over, to implement this.
fee that we would associate to our residents each year for the street master plan, did I hear that right or no?
That was a
That-
possible.
Right. They just suggested different funding sources. Different places do it differently. In Augusta, they have a streetlight authority, and they assess everybody in the municipal space for their streetlights.
Okay.
So that would be, you know, it is a pretty significant additional cost, and and it's not a fixed cost. So if the price of power went up significantly, the power company would typically charge us more. They usually give you a range of time frame where they fix the cost and then it goes up, never goes down. But there are options they gave us options on how we might pay for it.
Okay, but that's nothing, that's just a recommendation, I mean.
A suggestion.
A suggestion, so if we did that, do we have an idea, like, would it be an annual fee such as the sanitation fee or something of that nature? Is that what we're
It would
possibly?
It would be totally up to this body. And of course, the one thing I want to say is, you know, don't start to submit your petitions tomorrow.
Okay.
Because right now, all of our projects are in conjunction with a utility. So a lot of it is going to be dependent on poles that are already existing, as well as their ability to fit us into their program. Obviously, Georgia Power is serving the entire state. And so if we want to move forward with additional streetlights, we would negotiate agreements with them, bring it to this council, you would approve it, and then incrementally, they would get implemented, and Greystone is the same way.
Very so, okay. And if we look at some of the dirt roads, that might be a start of where some additional lights may need. I know in District 2, we have quite a bit of dirt roads, gravel roads that people are asking, that don't live in subdivisions, are asking for streetlights. Also, too, I think the idea or the recommendation for the streetlight, going through the permitting process for the developers, I think that is definitely a good thing. Last night, I was also at a meeting, as I shared, and it was something brought up about a night sky ordinance that we adopted here in the city that was, I guess, brought over from Fulton County. And just wanting to make sure, was that taken into consideration when we discussed the streetlight master plan with the stakeholders, and in reference to the light shining, where, you know, the type of lighting, LED, and things of that nature, and making sure that it's not disruptive to the residents. So was that taken into consideration when the meetings with the stakeholders were being held? Do we know?
That would be a question for the consultant.
And are they aware of the
The
night
answer
sky
is yes, that
ordinance?
was, we are aware of it, and it was taken into account, and the fixtures that are provided by the power company are mostly dark skies, you know, night sky rated, because they put the light out down and not up. You know, so basically, if the light is below, when I say 90 degrees and 90 degrees is horizontal, then you're meeting that.
Okay, all right, thank you. That concludes my questions.
All right, the chair recognizes District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. For me, I know we pay our consultants a lot of money to bring us recommendations. And when they give us recommendations, I would like to stick closely to those recommendations and not deviate from those recommendations. I think it is a good start for us to start with years 1 through 5, intersection lighting. the illegal dumping, the crime, street lighting at schools and park interests, street lighting identified by stakeholder and public meetings. I think that's a very good start. I don't feel that we should waste a lot of time trying to make solar lighting work if it's not going to work for us. We hear consistently from residents that they would like to see better lighting in the city, so we need to do what we can to effectuate these recommendations that are being presented to us by the subject matter expertise. What I would like to see, Mrs. Subadan, is for you to, maybe we can do this at a retreat, consult with our financial consultant, give them the street lighting plan, and let this financial consultant bring us recommendations on how we best need to fund this plan. We have several recommendations in this plan. If it is feasible for us to create a street lighting authority so that they can induce bonds for us to fund this, that's fine, but I just want to hear the subject matter expertise from our financial consultant on how, and a recommendation on the best way, because we have other things that need to be funded in the city, and it might be a comprehensive financial recommendation. You know, how do we fund our park master plan? How do we fund our street lighting plan? We have several things that need to be funded. We got CDRA, we have LCI, you know, so we can't get blood out of a turnip, but we need the best recommendation on how we move forward in funding comprehensively the many plans that are being presented to us. I would like to see, if possible, if you go back to slide, I wrote it down, slide 11. The map with the dots, you gave us a map with the short-term dots, and we couldn't see that, even we couldn't see it with the up-close PowerPoint. I just would like to see the street listings that are coordinated with those dots. If you could list those out, that'll be most helpful, so that when we share this information.
Is it in the thick report? There's an actual thick report that goes along with this. This is just the high level.
Okay.
So I'll make sure that if that's not in there, we'll include it as an addendum.
Okay, because I would like to see the street listings for the short-term recommendations and also the street listings for the long-term recommendations. And that is it. I just really would like to encourage our my colleagues that we stick with the recommendations that come back, that come before us by the subject matter expertise, and we get some recommendation from our financial consultant on how we fund not only this plan, but all of the plans that need to be funded. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. The chair recognizes District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last meeting, I happened to be overseas in Europe, and I realized that all the time that I was there, I didn't smell soot at all. Even though I was walking in the street, even though they were big, sometimes those twin buses, like what we have here, were driving past me on the street, there was no soot. The air felt clean. It was like a pleasure to walk in a major city and not smell soot. The city of South Fulton being the age that it is, we have the opportunity to create a future city that's not just settling for what is and what has been. What I didn't see in this presentation, I didn't see, and if I miss it, my apologies, I didn't see a city or any comparison with any place that might be using another form of energy, solar or something else, as an example. I would love to see that actually, because I do not believe And while I hear what my colleague from District 3 is saying, believe in the consultant, I'm a consultant myself, and I'm not offended if my clients say to me, well, I don't agree with that, go and take another look. Because at the end of the day, they're spending their money. I do not think we should dismiss the idea of solar at all, even though I hear the initial cost is frightening, and I hope my friends over at Georgia Power don't turn my lights off, but I do not think we should be held at gunpoint, basically, saying, you know, do it the old way or else, right? I really think we need to explore and get a full picture of 20 years from now, what will things look like? And what would be the cost going in either way, with more solar? And a lot of times we like to say it's one or the other. It might be both. We could start with solar in certain areas that it was mentioned. And by the way, that map reminds me of a scene in Lion King. See that place over there, it's dark. That's District 4. There are hardly any dots there. But I would love to see us, at least in certain areas, at least contemplate using solar, depending on how much, as was said in the report, that in certain places there's not any infrastructure. The sun is every place except for when it rains, right? So I just don't want to say this is finished and let's do this. I personally think we have more work to do. And so that would be my suggestion. If we can find a city of comparison that's using a lot of solar, let us see if we can identify them or such and figure out if this might be something that we should seriously consider. As well as, do we really have the projected long-term cost of solar versus the other type of energy that comes from the power company? So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sebastian. The chair recognizes District 5, Councilman Reeves.
Thank you, Mayor, for recognizing me. Thank you all for bearing with me, as well as I'm under the weather, so that's why I'm not there in person. But I do, and I have championed this for a couple of years now, particularly over in our park system over at Burdett Park. What if we looked at a hybrid model of half electric and half solar, electric during the day and solar at night? And so is that something that is feasible? Is that something that has been looked at or considered? And if not, can we consider that? And thank you, Councilman Sebastian, for that as well. I follow on the same lines of thought process you do.
Mr. Womack, do you have a response?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we could do both on the same poll, but do you have, is there a way to do both?
No, well, we in our report, we did Creel Park, I believe, totally solar from the street all the way into the park, and we have prices, we have what it would cost to do that. So, I mean, the answer, to be very honest with you, the answer with solar is you can, you can look at any place you want to put it, realizing what the price is, realizing that it goes not against your format, but your format was the utilities would be providing and maintaining your streetlights. So, again, it's an engineering study, exactly. If you want to light a different area, you want to light a park, manufacturers can do the photometrics, which means gives you the lighting plan, tells you how many fixtures you need. We can, it can be priced by a contractor. It's all very simple. It's whether or not the city wants to fund this and own this. And that's, that's not a report answer that we can give you.
All right, thank you for that.
Sorry if that doesn't make any sense, but
I would think that wherever on city property we decide to do solar, that would be our call, and we would calculate that cost. Ultimately, we're going to have new facilities coming on board, but perhaps we consider using solar in those new facilities, and that's part of our capital. And so we would fund it as part of our debt service.
Thank you for that. Did Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown or Councilwoman Pritchard have any questions? All right, I'm going to go back to, are you back in the queue, Councilwoman Willis? All right, you both are. So the chair recognizes District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. Mr. Womack, on page 7, when you outlined the cities, the cost of their lighting projects, City of Powder Springs, City of Sandy Springs, City of Brookhaven, the largest city in the state of Georgia, City of Atlanta, and City of South Fulton. When you look at those previous cities, and I know the City of Atlanta just went through several lighting upgrades, did you did you look and to see if any of those cities had solar installations?
They don't have.
Those cities do not have solar installations. Basically pretty much every one of these cities is using either a utility company to provide their lights or they're doing it on their own.
Okay, thank you. So you did do that research.
Again, typically speaking, and I'll be very frank with you, in my almost 50 years in consulting, I have put solar in 2 times. That's it. And I've done lighting since 1976. Solar is, at the moment, very expensive, and it scares people away from it. It will come down, maybe in 10 or 15 years. It's the same thing as electric cars right now. You know, you don't have charging stations, so nobody wants to buy an electric car and go on a trip. But the prices are coming down. Batteries are getting better. This will change probably in 10 or 15 years. But at the moment, it's typically not economically feasible if you have an option of an electric light fixture.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you took into account, because I do recall you mentioning that in the presentation. On page 15 and 16, solar lighting, you outline typically what is the requirement and the cost. Just wanted to bring that to the attention of my colleagues. And I'm not discounting that we should not explore solar lighting opportunity. But as you just stated, in your 50 years of doing this, you're the subject matter expert. And I'm looking at the largest city in the state of Georgia who doesn't have significant solar lighting installation. And they have an over $2 million reserve. Thank you. I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to make the point about technology getting cheaper because, and I wish I'd done this research, the first model of Teslas that were built, they got limited battery life in comparison to those that are being built now. Very, very limited. And that industry here, I don't even think is 30 years old. This plan that we're rolling out here is a multi-phase, multi-year plan. So I want us to consider, to strongly consider, as I said, it doesn't have to be one or the other. But even as we go phase, like we're asking for this to be part of the permitting process, so are we going to say from now until whenever, we are going to only permit utility use street lighting in those communities or those business facilities that's going to be built? I honestly I don't think that's the type of city we are, and that's the type of city we should set out to be. So even if we start one way, I would strongly want us to consider not to make this a 20-year project from here on in. Because, as was mentioned, yes, technology is getting cheaper and is getting better. So the cost now might be much cheaper than in 5 years. In 5 years, the cost for these fixtures might be much cheaper. So again, that's why I would say we need to see some numbers projecting out over the period of what we're suggesting this light plan should be for both solar and the utility use energy. That, again, that's my recommendation.
All right, thank you, everyone. I want to just concur with several of my colleagues. We don't have to make a decision tonight about whether we're going to have solar lights, or we don't have to decide that tonight. But I do think, Madam City Manager, you made an excellent point that as we are buying land and building buildings that we own, that we might be able to amortize the cost of solar light installation with the cost of the buildings themselves. We could put solar panels on the buildings that would not only power the lights, but that would power the cars. We don't have any solar powered cars yet. I mean, we don't have any electric cars yet, but hopefully those are coming. We don't have any like LEED certified buildings. So I think that's an excellent suggestion. I also concur with Councilman Willis. It seems like every other month we are getting some sort of plan for parks. I know that there's been some talk about EMS services, and I think that we really do need to spend some time at our next retreat prioritizing, because we can't do everything at once. And even if we are spreading things over 5 or 10 years, that can still get very expensive. So we have some big decisions to make. But I want to circle back to a question that Councilwoman Rao asked about the lights in subdivisions. There are, and I think Enon Pines might be one of them in District 1, but I know that there are some subdivisions where the streets are public, but the HOA purchased the lights. What would happen to those lights? And who would, if would we replace them, or would Georgia Power replace them, and then the HOA would no longer, they could move that off of their financials, or like, would they stay up? Like, how would that work?
I'm not sure I know how to answer that question.
It's something that we will have to work with CDRA and come up with a plan of action. Typically, Georgia Power designs those streetlights for us and are online with what our consultants are recommending. So if we have to implement the plan, I don't forecast there's going to be too much of a difference. So we'll be online with CDRA at the time of permitting process. So what we will provide to us is that there will be more lighting in each subdivision that might be approved.
All right, yeah, I definitely, we definitely need that full report. I was looking for page 225, Mr. Womack, we don't have it in our book, but I think that is something that we also need, in addition to some hard numbers about, solar insulation and all those things. I think it would be helpful to understand how many light poles in the city were paid for by HOAs that would also be affected by this plan. And then my next question was around the permitting. I am assuming that that would include commercial developments as well as residential developments?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you, because we've had some new developments. I won't name any, but I can think of some where they have like 2 or 3 different streetlights in one commercial development. All right, I think that those are.
Exactly. This will help y'all be able to tie everybody down to some standards, if you will.
All right. All right, well, thank you so much for that presentation. Mr. Clerk, would you please sound the next item?
Brings us to item number 2 under presentations. Old National Highway Livable Centers Initiative, LCI update, be presented by CDRA Department and the collaborative firm.
Good evening. I believe Mr. McClendon, Madam City Manager, asked me to go ahead and proceed to the mic to save time. Michael Hightower, the collaborative firm, and I'm joined by longtime friend and no stranger to South Fulton, T. Dallas Smith, and his colleague Dan Byers. T. Dallas Smith, of course, joined us with this project, and I want to pause and thank, of course, the entire council, Mr. Mayor, yourself, but also in particular Councilmember Williams for your leadership, and later Ms. Pritchett and Councilmember Pritchett, and of course, Councilmember Reeves, who's on the screen. We'll be very brief. I know the evening has been long with your streetlight presentation, and I'll be joined by Dallas and by Dan. I also want to thank Vita Mannings, who was here, who has been our internal project lead as well. On the screen, clearly, I think, and Dallas, you can feel free. I know you're kind of old, man. It can take you some time to get to the mic, so I'll let you get time up here to the mic. But seriously, the purpose for this presentation tonight is to update the council on the Old National Highway Corridor Catalytic Sites Tour, the preliminary findings and the next steps. The agenda, of course, clearly is laid out. I don't want to bore you with that, but I will also call your attention very specifically to bullet 4, which will be the ratings that you will see later on. Old National Highway goals, of course, I won't bore you. You know what those goals are, of course, from the LCI study, which was received from you guys from the ARC. I think in particular, I think foster public-private partnerships was a critical role for this presentation. Back, of course, last month we had on Wednesday, September 27th, we had the Brokers Tour, and we do have your city manager, who was her and her staff, Mr. McClendon and others, were very helpful. So, Ms. Subadan, thank you for appearing. And we also had, of course, Artie Jones, who came and participated in a big way, and your entire economic development staff. They were very, very helpful. As many of you know, this tour was to highlight the opportunities for Old National Highway Corridor in the city of South Fulton, and also we partnered with T. Dallas Smith and Company, which is the largest minority commercial real estate company in the country, to help us. And let me pause, and as I indicated earlier, he, along with Dan, with the Atlanta Board of Commercial Real Estate entity, and Dan is chairing the Great Sites Committee, and he and Dallas will explain what that means later on. At this point, I'm going to let Dallas take over and to talk about some of the highlights.
First of all, thank you. It's an honor to stand before you today. I am, what Michael didn't say, I'm the current president of the Atlanta Commercial Board of Realtors in the city of Atlanta. We have over 2,500 members, and we've been around. The organization's been around since 1910. I am the first black president that they've had. And that's part of the issue that we've been dealing with. Quite frankly, majority of the deals that happen are represented by brokers who don't look like me. And so you name a company, whether it's Whole Foods, Publix, or whatever, there's a broker on the other end transacting that deal. Dan Byers is the chair of the Great Sites Committee. And my whole purpose was really to get more folks who don't look like me to come look at areas that I grew up in this area, if you didn't know. My first job was at Steak and Shake on Old National, where the storage unit is now. But the idea was to really make sure that they put eyes on it and start looking at it in from a different vantage point. And so from the sites that we looked at from the LCI, we have some recommendations that we want to present to you today. And these recommendations are based on, again, the broker's feedback in terms of clients that they currently represent. And again, no guarantee, but we feel like this is a direction. So with that, I'm going to ask Dan Byers to come up and talk specifically about those sites.
Thank you, Dallas. Thank you, Mayor and council members. It's a pleasure to be with you all again at the event on September 27th. It was a little hard at times to know where collaborative firm staff ended and city staff picked up. It was well organized and a pleasure to be a part of. I'll also say that I'm frequently Robin to Dallas's Batman, and I'm honored to be so, but on various projects within our board, I'm a very big supporter of Dallas's presidency, and he's been a wonderful leader for our organization for decades leading up to today, or to this year. Having him as president has been great, but he's been implementing change within our organization for a number of years. So Dallas's contention when he came to me and a small group of other leaders within the board about bringing attention to sites that might be overlooked but have great potential for development. And I'm no stranger to this submarket. I have sold land along Old National in years past, nothing recently, but it was really interesting to look at all these sites. You know, every broker probably had a somewhat different opinion, but I think a lot of folks were heavily influenced by the proximity of Site 1 to the airport, to I-285, and to the BRT. I do serve on the ATL board, and I look forward, I'm kind of a rookie board member, but I look forward to learning more about this particular BRT project. What's so exciting about that is you've got large tracts of relatively flat property, much of which has been graded in the past, and all of which have good access to the intersection of Godby and Old National. And so that was kind of I'd say the most exciting site to the committee. I think also the fact that you have the potential to collaborate with the city of Atlanta on a 150-acre parcel, that also made that very attractive. Rather than pause, should I just kind of move on? The second site that shows up on your screen was referred to as Pleasant Hill World Changers Church site. I like that site for a number of reasons, and you know, it would be up to World Changers Church and whether or not they were open to a partnership. But you know, everybody knows that retail thrives on rooftops, and the more rooftops we can have close to retail, the more viable and higher quality that retail is going to be. Churches also thrive on rooftops, and I've had quite a number of church clients over the years that are encouraging, particularly of senior housing that wants to locate near a church. So it would be interesting to me to see if the leadership at World Changes was interested in potentially partnering with a senior housing developer to develop a portion of that site. Most churches know that most seniors control more deposits and greater capacity to give than the younger families. And I think putting those folks close to the retail and close to church would be great. You know, the LA Fitness site, I've reflected on it more because of its proximity to the city's economic development office. That's kind of where we started our day, was at site number 3. At first, it seemed a little small to me to be a catalytic site, but I will say the more I think about it, there's, you know, roughly 5 acres of graded commercial pad sites that if someone, and if it was part of the city's vision, if you wanted to create a mixed use setting, this might be the easiest and most kind of low-hanging fruit site to accomplish that. You know, if you could introduce either senior housing or traditional workforce housing, and they could walk to LA Fitness, walk to a number of restaurants and retail, and it just seems like that might be one of the easier projects to get off the ground, which might help show the potential for the larger, more difficult projects. And the fourth site, the Tri-County Station site, I think that scored ultimately third highest among the brokers. And, you know, it really depends on the city's desires and whether or not you want to see some of this transformation occur further north, further south along this important corridor. There's also some city-owned real estate proximate to that site that I think could be interesting for the city to ponder how it might be developed. This is just one of Dallas's many ideas to make our Atlanta Commercial Board a better partner in our greater region, and I'm honored to be a part of it. Thank you.
Dallas will now explain this chart, but I wanted to put a perspective on this chart. This is one of the most important parts of the presentation. And Dallas will explain these two categories. For those of you who are on the tour, we strategically, and Corey Adams, you've been around longer than all of us. I think you're 95 this year, but you know back at Fulton County, we would have development tours. And I can safely say, council members, and Kamalita, you know what I'm talking about, sometimes when you're on one side of the house, you look at things one way. Ms. Williams, let me talk. You're on the other side of the house, you look at things another way. Perhaps the fortunate experience that being now working working for my firm is that I see both sides of the house. And what I mean by that is things that I thought should have been one way as a public official, looking at it at a different set of lenses, a different side. So Dallas will now come and talk about the significance of this slide.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Mike. So I think if this points out more than anything is how two groups saw the exact same things very differently. And so the TLD site, the officials scored it a 2, the broker scored it a 1. Number 2, the second site with the Pleasant Hill, the officials signed it a 4, broker signed it a 2. LA Fitness site, officials 3, we had 4. But again, to Dan's point, we're looking at it, I think people took away from it, the negative part was they thought that the site was too small. But if we bifurcate it and think about it just in terms of the use, I think it can be bumped up. And then the officials, Tri-City site was 1, and we scored it as a 3. What we're really getting to at the end of the day is how practitioners see it versus, I'll say, everybody else. And so that's the best way I can say it, because the reality is simply this. We're looking at it from the standpoint of knowing our clients, knowing the kinds of things that they would want to look for when we're giving a task to go find XYZ site. And so one of the things I mentioned to somebody early today, T. Dallas Smith and Company, we represented Microsoft when we brought them to Atlanta in 2020. And they ended up on 17th Street in Midtown Atlantic Station. That was the largest transaction in the United States when it happened. It was very different from the perspective of what they would typically do. But the next part was when we went to Bankhead Highway or Donnelly Hollowell. And that was, again, very different in terms of what most people typically do. Unfortunately, this work from home thing has gotten really serious, so a lot of people, getting people back to the office has stymied some things. But the reality of it is, I've been doing this for 42 years. Mike says he's known me a long time. Mike was his same age when I was 12, so we've both been around a long time. But the reality is that I love this city. This whole idea is really to try to figure out a way to really help us. And my takeaway when I told Mike this, most of us focus on the developer, but really at the end of the day, the developer looks towards the brokers for their clients. So why not just go straight to the client, go straight to the brokers and let them see the sites. So I think our next step would be, let us kind of go back, compare these notes with our brokers and see who's going to raise their hand from the standpoint of a client that they have that would really want to activate the site. Right now this is, and I think you all should give yourself a hand, because if you don't know, this is the first time this has ever happened in my lifetime of being in commercial real estate, having brokers look at a site from this perspective. So regardless of what happened, we made history that day on the 27th. So with that being said, I'll pause and take questions.
Questions? Okay, Dean, go ahead.
Just if I could add 2 quick final comments from my perspective. Number 1, I want to say that Dallas and I were intentional about the brokers that we invited. You had some really bright retail people, some really bright office people, some really bright residential agents. So you had a lot of different product types represented. And some of these sites are just challenging. There was a retail broker with us, a very sharp lady, that when we were at Godby and Old National, she said, Dan, I've tried with 3 different clients at this intersection pointing to the northwest quadrant, trying to redevelop that site. So sometimes there's challenges we don't see. Also, council people might score sites differently because you might know something that we brokers don't. World Changers doesn't really want to redevelop that land, so it gets a 4, but we wouldn't have known that as brokers, or there might have been some other influence. And the last thing I'll say is that we're in some very unusual times. There was one broker that said, I hope the city's willing to be patient. We can't get projects financed on West Paces Ferry Road right now. You know, just joking about how kind of clinched up the capital markets are, and Dallas and Michael probably both know more about that than I do. But it was a wonderful first step, and I hope some good development comes out of it. Thank you.
Questions?
I have a question.
I don't know who was, we'll go in order. Councilwoman Rao.
Thank you. One of the things you talked about was some of the challenges moving forward, and the capital markets is definitely number one. I've heard that from projects that have been approved in my area for a very long time. Is the zoning currently in place for these sites in particular, or is that one of the challenges in terms of what is currently zoned as opposed to say what the brokers thought would be a feasible project on these sites?
And Councilwoman, I can only speak in generality. I don't know the city's code well enough, and I don't know which use might be proposed in which location. A lot of these, we are talking about mixed use, so everything I touch requires a rezoning. Or a site plan approval or a variance or something that brings it before a public body or several public bodies. I would say as a broker, we're not so scared of rezoning if we feel like what we're bringing is in keeping with what the city would like to see happen with the site. I know you all have to be careful as elected officials not to prejudge a zoning application or indicate before the planning commission or someone else hears it how you're intending to vote. But if we know that we're generally bringing something that is desired by the city, we never know the ultimate outcome, but if we know that we're bringing something that the city has an interest in, then most developers aren't worried about the cost of the rezoning, but most would. For example, I was saying put multifamily or senior housing either in a church parking lot or on a graded flat commercial out parcel. If either of those properties carry the correct zoning today for what I was suggesting, I'd be surprised. So I do think rezoning would be required, and if not, variances or site plan approval, some approval.
Councilwoman Gomes? Dia? Councilwoman Willis?
Thank you. Over half of the available properties in our city is AG1, so I knew the answer to that. I guess my question would be, how do we avoid I don't want to say gentrification, but what I don't want to see, I appreciate this and I know we want to develop and we want quality development, but do you suggest that we have a certain percentage of affordable housing? I know in the largest city in the state of Georgia, a city of Atlanta, they are now looking at where they have instituted some policies, and as they build new mixed-use development, they put like a certain percentage of affordable housing in their mixed-use development. And so what would be your recommendation? Because what I don't want to do is outprice our residents who want to age in place. I don't want them to not be able to afford to transition from the homes that they currently have into some of these mixed-use development homes or opportunities because they can't afford it.
I think there's a lot of ways that you could address that. One other job I'm taking next year is that I'm on the West Side Future Fund board, and I'll be the chair for next year. And that conversation's come up more and more times. So I grew up in Hunter Hills in Atlanta. And when I grew up, it was a mixed-use community. That's the best way I can describe it. What I mean by that, there were people who had money, people who didn't have money. I mean, Hunter Street, which is now MLK, was black folks, West Paces Ferry. People with money lived on that street. Hank Aaron lived on that street. T.M. Alexander lived on that street. But then there was my mom and my dad. My dad was a taxi cab driver and worked for Lockheed. My mom kept kids in the house. But it was a mixed gumbo of a community. So my whole thing, particularly when I talk about West Side Future Fund, I'd say that it applies to this area. We have to be very careful about not putting another high concentration of poor people just in one place.
I agree.
With no support. So regardless of what the incomes that you have, at the end of the day, we need to create a community. In that community where you can go shopping. I live in a 5-block radius where I grew up. I could go shopping, I could go to the movies, I can go eat, all of those things. But at the end of the day, it's about how we look at it from a different lens. That's why I thought it was very important that we get brokers who represent these types of these uses to start looking at these sites in that matter. And then we get to the details to try to figure those things. I don't think it's an either or. I think it's a how we make it all come together.
And I'm looking at it from the lens of the retired school teacher who may be living now on a fixed income and may not be bringing the income they were bringing in when they were, out working. And so or the retired whatever, I just don't want, because it's happening in Savannah as well. where I see a lot of the development and people are being outpriced. And what was the east side, what people could afford is now people can't afford to stay. So I just don't want that to happen to our residents, our legacy residents who have contributed so much to our community.
It's a challenge indeed, but it's also one of those situations where if the city's making more money,
right,
there's a balance of giving concessions to an older population.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions?
Yes.
Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is something for the city manager, because if memory serves me correctly, last year this time, we did an extension of the contract with the collaborative firm so that we could make sure that the work continued, which it has, which we're all very happy and excited about. Can we, because I feel like the contract is probably up in December, can we do an extension for another year? Or 6 months to a year, whatever would be the appropriate time frame, so that we don't lose the momentum and don't lose the work or the historical knowledge that Commissioner Hightower brings to the table, because there have been many LCI studies that have been done along Old National. I think this one is the 4th one that I've actually participated in since I bought my house. And this is the furthest we've gotten on any LCI plan that's ever been done before. And I know I don't want to lose it and have it go on a shelf and never to be heard from again, and certainly the residents don't. So can we look at re-upping the contract so that we can make sure that we continue with the progress that's being made?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then the other thing is, I know with the LA Fitness site, in terms of, and you know how I feel about all that parking lot space just sitting there, nothing happening with it. But I do know that up at Cumberland Mall, they have taken what used to be the Sears Automotive facility building that was kind of in the parking, like on the edge of the parking lot, and it looks like they're now putting apartments or some sort of housing in the parking lot where that Sears Automotive building was. I know that the brokers kind of felt like, yeah, the LA Fitness Plaza wasn't, at the top of the list, it wasn't the most ideal, but I do still think that there's opportunity for something similar to be done with all of that asphalt. Because, it's not just the out parcels, it's a lot of asphalt, and those parking spaces have never been filled, from the day that they broke ground and built the shopping plaza. It's never been filled up, and I just kind of feel like maybe could we go back to the brokers and see, I know the capital markets and all the disclaimers, but is there an opportunity to repurpose all that asphalt in a similar way that's what's happening at Cumberland Mall with that old Sears automotive building?
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'll try to share some thoughts in response to your comments. Number one, the owners of Cumberland Mall and the owners of the Sears property wanted to see that happen. So I would need to get an understanding of what the owners of that LA Fitness Shopping Center would like to see happen, both the out parcel owners and the owners of the parking lot. I did not describe it well, but I was recommending that buildings be added in the out parcels primarily, and that a lot of the existing parking lot be used to serve the new buildings that are added in the green space of the out parcels. So some of that parking will go to park residents that would be living in buildings on the out parcels. I wasn't involved with the multifamily at Cumberland, but I'm supportive of it, and I do think that adding some residents that can walk to all the restaurants and retail and some of the other things they're adding to Cumberland Mall will help that mall. You know, the mall does pretty well during the day, but a lot of times Cumberland was a very 9 to 5 area until the battery came. You know, pretty much when everybody left their offices, it got pretty sleepy around Cumberland. But that project has changed that, and Cumberland Mall's in the process of transforming themselves. But I share your vision, and we don't have, you know, I think from what I heard President Dallas say, we're going to have another meeting of the Great Sites Committee and share some of this feedback. It opens their eyes. They saw 150 acres near BRT, close to the airport in site number 1. And when you, that's catalytic. I mean, you've got a BRT creating walkability to one of our, you know, state's biggest employment districts. That's why that site scored so high, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, gentlemen. The area that used to be one of the parking lot, I forget the color of it, around Turner Field, right? It's now a high density. There's even a supermarket across the street now. 10 years ago, that obviously was not there. Brookhaven, which is a city that's not much older than ours. Super development along, I think it's 141.
Yep.
There are now tons of mixed-use apartment, townhome things. I would really like to see us, because this has been done before. I would want us to think about the future of Old National to be that way. However, I'm agreeing with Councilmember Willis and with Mr. Smith that we have to make sure that we have a diversity in housing stock for our population so that anyone who wants to live there virtually can live there, and that we not price people out of the market. So I think as we kind of continue to develop this whole plan and this whole idea, I'm agreeing with my colleagues that we probably need, you know, I'm going to use the bad word for some people, the D word, the density word. But I've often told my residents, what do you want? I ask them, what do you want? And they go down this long list. And I say, well, you're not going to get that without the density. So there's no trade-off. However, I would want to say Old National, with its infrastructure, it's prime for one of the areas that we should put density. But as was said, let's see if we can balance that with not pricing people out of the space. So I thank you all. I'm excited. I wasn't on the tour, but hopefully my schedule will allow me to take part in the next one.
The chair recognizes District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
We have an update. The agenda said CDRA. Do we have any updates for the CDRA? That was the Washington Road CDRA, and the collaborative firm was supposed to be working on some recommendations on how we move forward with implementing the CDRA plan, or do we need to come back with another?
Yeah, Ms. Willis, I think, as Mr. McClendon reminded me, there was a CDAP grant that we had talked about.
Yeah.
Certainly, I'll be happy to talk with your city manager. That was not part of this particular project, but certainly, if that is the pleasure of the board, and we had discussed it earlier, I think it provides a unique opportunity along a very active quarter. So I'll be happy to meet with your city manager yourself to determine next steps for that.
Yes, because that study was done before the LCI, and so we were supposed to be working with the collaborative firm on recommendations and effectuation of both the CDAP and the LCI study. That was done in 2020.
Okay.
And I don't need that sitting on the shelf either. All right, thank you.
I'll be happy to get with the city manager to to proceed on that, Ms. City Manager, if that is your pleasure.
And lastly, I would say that, you know, we're in a unique position. Our mother city, you know, didn't think about this when they did a lot of development. Now they're trying to figure out how to get the people back and how to make things more affordable. And what I don't want us to do is to be in that position where we outprice people, they have to move out because they can't afford it, and we have to figure out how to make things more affordable. So before we start our development, we just need to make sure that we have a diverse housing stock that is inclusive of everybody. Thank you.
Let me just say in closing, Mr. Mayor, I think what Dallas said, and many of you have worked in public government before, that balance. I do think what Dallas said is very appropriate in that that critical mix is critical. What I mean by that is if you know, based on your policies regarding affordable housing and others, but I also must add that Old National is a gem, and I think it's a balancing act to not. You mentioned gentrification, affordable housing, but as Dallas indicated, we have to have a balance. In all candor, the future of Old National must have both. While affordable housing is critical, I'm not saying that that is the first, that should be the first and only goal for this next. So that's your choices as policymakers, but let's just keep in mind, we have to keep this gym with the right for balance with affordable housing, but with also other mixed income and other housing that may not always be that. But I think that can be worked out in devil's. I think Dallas said it best. You wanna close out that comment?
No. Just
Well,
again,
don't close out. We got a couple more comments
Okay.
and questions. Go ahead. I'm going to recognize Councilman Reeves, who has his hand raised.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, gentlemen, too, for all that you have done. Commissioner Hightower, T. Dallas, and Dan, and for bringing and making that historical event that happened along the Highway 279 corridor. More interested in the Pleasant Hill and World Changer site, and Dan, you kind of touched on this and alluded to this, and so about the senior housing. This is something that we do lack. I think that we have only limited senior housing around the city, but over in this area we have none, and I think that there are prime sites over there located within there too, for our seniors and now my question is, as we do know that, and we do know that looking at world changes to engage in that, when we look at a time frame of that, how long are we looking at from concept to reality for that to transpire, for senior housing to be talked about and then erected over in that area?
I'm going to give you a swag from 3 to 5 years.
From 3 to 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. And is there anything that can be done to escalate that, or to, because we do have seniors over in that area, in that community, that are being priced out right now and having to move out of the city. And so is there anything in the mean between time that we can do to speed that up, or to narrate that story so that we can slow down that movement?
Yeah, Councilman, I think the fundamental problem is what we talked about earlier, the capital markets, interest rates. So when I give you that number, I give you that swag, I'm giving you the Herman Russell swag from back in the day. When things cost too much, the answer was always 3 to 5 years. Hopefully in 2 years, you know, things kind of correct themselves, and then things actually start and you can get something done in 3. So that's the goal. So that's how I came up with a total of 5. So Herman Russell tended to be right on most of the stuff he was doing from construction standpoint. So that's how you get that.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, Councilman Reeves. Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Brown, you had another.
Oh, yeah, no, actually, I think T. Dallas touched on what I was going to say relative to affordable housing, because, you know, the economy is what the economy is, and people build what they can make money on, and we know whatever their costs are gets passed on to the consumer, and that's everything from eggs to bread to houses to shoelaces. Everything costs more, and so I think that as we're trying to balance the redevelopment of some of these sites on Old National, that we have to keep in mind what the market is, and this was one of the things that we heard from the brokers during the tour, is not just the state of the capital markets, but what are they going to be able to sell, and what people are going to be willing to build. You know, you can, obviously one of the things that we hear all the time is, well, why don't we have a Whole Foods? Well, we don't have a Whole Foods because of rooftops and car counts. Like Councilman Sebastian said, density. But even as we're looking at wanting to build the type of community that a Whole Foods will relocate to, we also, I think, have to keep in mind that if we want to redevelop the site, we're not going to get anybody to build in 2023 what it costs to build a house in 1993, just because the markets have changed. And I think the affordable housing conversation really is a bigger and broader conversation, or anything that we could even want to wade into right now as we're talking about the Old National, LCI, that, that opens up a can of worms that would seemingly get us very far afield from the immediate redevelopment of Old National through the Old National LCI. And so I don't want anyone to walk away from the room, thinking one way or the other that we're either going to do this huge affordable housing thing or they're coming to take our houses. Because you know how people are. They go to the they go to the extremes in pretty much everything. It's like, it's either a conspiracy theory or, oh my God, they're out to get me. But I do want us to be measured and realistic in our expectations of what's possible. But more importantly, I think it's going to require really understanding where the market is, what the pause in interest rates, the interest rate hikes, what kind of window does that give us, before the Fed takes any type of action? Because all of those things are going to be brought to bear on decisions that get made about how we move forward. So I just wanted to kind of add that to the conversation in terms of when we start to talk about finance, commercial markets, commercial financing, building materials, at the end of the day, people are going to build what they can make money on. And if they can't make money on it, they're not going to build it. And so they're, like any other municipality, county, state, concessions have to be made if you want to get the project, and it may not be necessarily what we would think is affordable. But then again, they said in the paper that so many people are coming from New York and California with their New York and California salaries. So, if you got a California salary, you can afford more than a Georgia salary because they pay more.
Yes, Councilwoman, if I could just add, the affordable housing issue is very important, but it is so much bigger than, the city of South Fulton or the city of Atlanta or Georgia. They talk about in housing, there's the 4 L's: land, lumber, labor, and laws. Lumber, labor, and laws have gone up so much in the last 15 years of my career that in a lot of locations, land has remained relatively flat, and that includes Northwest Cobb. That's a pretty robust area. Dallas wanted us to see the South Park cottages, which was a really neat project on Godby Road, and we were locked out, and he got us inside by calling the developer while we were outside the gate.
And that was only because I met him through the mayor. earlier.
But that project has recently had a tiny home that sold for more than I paid for my first home in Smyrna that was 1,700 square feet with 3 bedrooms and 2.5 baths. So the issue of affordability is, it's important, but it's such a big issue and so difficult because here's a developer that's trying to build tiny homes to make them more affordable, and they're still in the mid-twos now.
Well, Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you for this opportunity. We will be following back up with the closing phase of this project in a few weeks with Dallas and Dan's help, and then we will, Ms. Williams, Councilman Williams, will get with the city manager about next steps. Thank you, and you know how to contact us. This is again. I want to just thank Dallas. T. Dallas is taking this on as one of his own missions. And don't take this lightly. I think this will be the start of not just Old National, but you're going to see a trend from throughout the region. And he and Dan have committed to doing this. And these are the critical people that make some of the initial decisions. I mean, I can conclude by I recall Ernie Williams of Dallas and Dan back when I was a county commissioner. Some of the first discussions, Ernie Williams broke up the land for Camp Creek Marketplace. He I think it was Ernie that brought Mark Toro to the site. Mark Toro developed that property as well as developed Avalon and Stonecrest, but it was the broker that made the deal to say, this is how this can be done. So that's a good example of how of this whole concept. But thank you. You have a long meeting, and I apologize if we went over. Thank you, Madam City Manager and members of council.
Thank you. We still got a few more comments. Councilman Sebastian?
I'm sorry.
I'll be quick.
Oh, no, you're fine. I mean, you guys.
Yeah, I'll be quick. We're supposed to be going through a review of our comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance. So I hope there's opportunities to get input into that for this area, because one of the things that other cities have done, they have decided where things are going to be zoned, and they've zoned it accordingly, so that there's not this big fight over zoning for every individual case, right? So I'm just putting that there on the table.
Okay.
The other thing is, the last thing, I just want to thank Dallas for actually saying, I wanted to make this place and to have input with people that look like us. Because for too long, areas like this have been controlled by people that don't look like us, that a lot of times not have our best interests at heart. So whereas I know we're a diverse city and we have resources here, sometimes people with the resources don't put them here because they don't look like us. So thank you all for that.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to close this out with a few courageous comments. First, I'm going to start in response to something that you just said, Councilman Sebastian. I cannot remember in my 6 years of being on council where we've had a zoning hearing that we didn't grant a variance. There are some cities that once they set their zoning, they don't grant variances. So we need to do a comprehensive plan, but then after we do it, we need to stick to it. Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown, you mentioned a Whole Foods. I don't know if you know, but I met with a lot of developers, and I learned this interesting fact about Whole Foods. They will not build a Whole Foods. Whole Foods only builds stores on the right side of the street off of an exit ramp. They are like very specific in the things that they want to do. It is still the case that the majority of the commercial property on Old National is owned by people who do not live in the city of South Fulton. So we need to get serious about buying our land and owning our land, because the rights, development rights, the majority of them in a capitalist society go with the people who own the land. If Mr. Venable, who you all know, Michael Venable, one of our super constituents, were here, he would tell you that Old National already has the most affordable housing in the city. And they're not interested. You know, a lot of those residents are not interested in more affordable housing. So as we talk about affordable housing, we need to talk about it not just on Old National, we gotta talk about it everywhere. We gotta spread affordable workforce, whatever euphemism you wanna call it, so that people don't get upset about their property values. It's got to be spread out from District 1 through District 7. And lastly, I would say there have been a lot of comments about the market as well. And the market is going to do what the market is going to do. At some point, we need to seriously look at having a housing authority, which doesn't just build affordable housing. It rehabilitates housing. They have lots of powers that we may not be able to exercise with the current set of institutions that we have. So I would hope that as we look at extending and expanding the scope of work with the collaborative firm, that we don't just look at Old National, that we don't just look at Washington Road, but when we're talking about affordable housing, that we look at the entire city. And lastly, and around owning the land, there was a comment about LA Fitness Shopping Center. So that used to be my district before I became mayor. And one of the things that we heard in my conversations with the owners and the managers of that plaza is that there is, in the actual leases of the people that own them now, nothing can be built in front of those stores that obstruct their view. And so obviously, I mean, that's prohibited a lot of building. It's prohibited a lot of projects going forward. And so we might need to look at having Mr. T. Dallas Smith, who is our real estate person for the city, go back in places where there are these kinds of leases as they're coming up for renewal, trying to renegotiate something that will not only be in the best interest of the city, but would also help with the foot traffic in those places. So I'm just hoping that as we look over our agreements that we're making with the people who are doing this work on behalf of the city, that we think about all of those items. And with that, Mr. Clerk, would you please sound the next item?
That brings us to item 4 on the agenda. It's classification and compensation pay study update. It's represented by the Human Resources Department and Everglades Solutions.
Hey, good evening. So my name is Peter Backhouse. I'm a consultant with Evergreen, the company that's been brought in to do this classification and compensation study. We'll go over a recap of the study as a whole, so from start to finish, what we found from the data we collected, what we've learned about the city and its practices, what the market alluded to, and what our key recommendations are going to come to bring. So a little bit about Evergreen to start. We've been in 47 states with over 1,200 classification and compensation projects behind us. Our bread and butter is local government, so we're excited to have the ability to leverage our past experiences and bring it here to the city. We also work with those quasi-governmental institutions, state agencies, and various others. So again, a lot of experience, and I'm very excited to bring it here. On screen, you can see the short list of our Georgia HR experience. We and I personally have been able to work with a lot of the partners up on screen. So we've got a pretty good knowledge of the local markets, the regional markets, and the state market as well, which were leveraged here. An overview of the study, we have the goals, the phases of each project, a recap of the meetings that we had with employees, managers, and directors, a review of the current system that was in place, as well as the temporary system that came into place, the JAT, the Job Assessment Tool responses, so a job survey that was sent out to the employees and some of the findings behind that, then the compensation survey looking at the job market itself and our key findings and recommendations. So the goals of the study were to review the system that's in place and make sure it's internally and externally equitable. What that means is internally, for jobs as they grow in varying levels of complexity, leadership, decision-making, and responsibility, is there enough pay separation vertically throughout the plan? And then internally equitable for horizontal separation. So the longer you've been here, the more time you've put in with the city with your experiences, you're gaining separation from those that might have been hired recently. That was one of the reviewing points. Then surveying peer organizations, getting a hold of that market and learning for the same roles, the same responsibilities across the board, how is the city comparing, and then marrying both of those together, finding the system that's gonna really find, define, and establish equity. So the phases of the project, we had the outreach that consisted of data collection and the project kickoff. We got to meet with the HR team, learn about the current practices, learn about some of the data behind the city ever since it was formed through the practices that are in place now. Then we went to the internal analysis. We conducted an assessment of current conditions where we're able to analyze pay distribution in the city, go through those practices and see some of the key elements behind them. The external analysis, that market survey, the compensation survey for those various jobs that we looked at, as well as what market position the city was in versus where it wanted to target. And then the solution, our recommendations that we're bringing here today. So from the meetings that we had with the employees and the directors, there were several positive elements that they spoke on. First and foremost, the benefits. The health benefits and the retirement were aspects that were viewed very positively by the employees and the leadership. The culture, employees very much valued the flexibility in their scheduling and the accommodations that were able to be made here at the city. And then career opportunities. Development not only within city programming, but within the community was another large value by city employees. A couple weaknesses that were perceived from these meetings that we were able to learn: external equity. So the market piece was a big concern, not only from the directors and the leadership, but from the employees, the boots on the ground. So wanting to make sure that wages were going to be competitive to those local job markets. Internal equity as well was another driving concern. So if employees had been here for a significant amount of time, ensuring that there was equitable pay separation within their horizontal ranges. And then the turnover, another driving concern amongst employees, perception of large turnover rates currently, meaning that they had to step into either leadership roles or cover departmental responsibilities that might have been outside of their job description, was another concern that had been experienced. So in the current system review, there were a couple strengths. We picked up on the city practices with a very customizable pay structure that allows the ability to adapt to the market. There's the grades with the ranges where you can drive active changes. You can place positions as they grow and evolve as technology impacts them and as it continues to progress throughout their plan. And there's a semi-positive relationship between tenure and pay grade penetration. So as employees have been here with the city longer, they're moving throughout their range. There are those elements defined within the current practices from our analysis. A couple weaknesses about the plan though. There's compression throughout a few areas of the plan. There might even be instances where employees might be making more than a supervisor, so inversion in terms of the salaries. And not a direct weakness, but in the temporary plan, there were instances where employees were making salaries that might be higher than what a model might have suggested based off their time with the city. And that could be a couple elements on increased hiring practices to make sure you're staying competitive to the market. Maybe the temporary wages were still behind what the market was suggesting. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, but a weakness in terms of the practice, perhaps some inconsistency. Our compression analysis, there are two types of compression that we look for when conducting the internal review. Range compression, so that level of separation from employees with the same title within the same grade or those similar levels of complexity and responsibility, and then rank compression, so the employee to the supervisor relationship, supervisor to manager, manager to director, and so on. Those levels of compression elements existed throughout all areas of the plan, so that was something that we had our eye on throughout the study as well. Now the job assessment tool. The survey that we sent out to employees for them to help us learn about their jobs, what they're doing on the day-to-day and the year-to-year. It was very widely participated. Over 71% of classifications were represented in the job assessment tool. So employees widely participated. They were very enthusiastic and motivated to help really define their jobs and make sure that we were comparing the right responsibilities. Over 50% of employees actively participated, again with that 72% classification representation. Then when we moved to the market, there were 17 peer responses from the market survey. We can see the individual peers pictured. The responses were adjusted for cost of living differentials. We looked at unadjusted and adjusted cost of living. We collected not only the published salary ranges for the positions that were observed, but also average actual salaries, and a total of 100 jobs were benchmarked and observed in the market. Here we can see the market results comparison. On the left side, we'll see the unadjusted cost of living results, and on the right side, we'll see the adjusted cost of living results. So Unadjusted cost of living means just looking on paper one salary compared to another, or one salary here compared to the averages of the market. When adjusting for cost of living, it's taking into account economic differences. It's balancing out so the areas that might be a little bit cheaper to live in, those dollars are brought up to the dollar here at South Fulton. The areas that are a bit more expensive, those dollars are brought down to the dollar here. So we're putting it in terms here. We found for the unadjusted cost of living results, the pay at the city from the temporary plan was starting to get ahead of the market at the 75th percentile, though not by a significant margin, and it was about in line with the market when adjusting for the cost of living. This really does signify the importance of a range spread, though, so how wide the range is from a salary, the minimum to the maximum there, because we can see the market averages when adjusting for cost of living and unadjusted were starting to fall. So as employees moved throughout their range, it became a little bit less competitive. So that was a key element that we were able to pick up our eye. And the goals were to look at the 75th percentile of the market. The city made a statement to become a market leader. So we looked at that for police, fire, and the general employees and made the comparisons as such. Key recommendations are to adopt step plans for the city employees as a whole, the police employees, and the fire, reassign positions to those grades and those ranges based on the internal equity. So learning about their jobs, seeing what separation there should be from a level 1 to a level 2 to supervisor and so on. Placing employees throughout their ranges on a specific step based on a philosophy that's in alignment with the city's compensation philosophy, modernize classification titles, so make a couple changes to the classifications, or even collapse or expand some job families to make sure that duties are accurately reflected based on their title, and then placing employees in their newly recommended pay grades again, making sure that the city's compensation philosophy is in alignment with the practices and the recommendations. So we have an implementation option that we're going to be speaking on, as well as some pay plan details. The recommended implementation option is a class step parity. So this will move employees throughout their ranges based off the time that they've spent in their current job title. With the structure of the plan being 10 steps at all levels, 1 year in my job would mean I'm getting an additional step all the way up. I can max out at 10 years through this model. Details about the pay plan is it has a 55% range spread. So the difference from minimum to maximum is 55%, and there's 32 grades for the general employees, about 10 grades for the police employees as well. So sufficient grading, though not all may be used, enough to accurately place employees based off the internal equity levels and what we learned on from the market. On screen here, we can see the general employee plan, again, grades 1 through 32, or G1 through G32, as well as each of those 10 steps. We can see the $20 an hour minimum wage currently in place for the general city employees, and the plan grows and evolves throughout that point. On the next screen, we'll be able to see the police pay plan as well pictured. So from the police recruit all the way up through the major, their step plan and how those salaries are going to grow and evolve throughout the plan. Now, the class step salary rating, it would come to about $1.9 million to seek alignment with the market, deriving that internal and external equity. That would affect 409 employees, an average cost per employee of $4,600, or about 5.5% of payroll. So again, while the market was competitive on average, there were some positions that were behind market, and even to some significant totals, some positions that were leading market. So as we saw those market averages from a few slides ago, there were some that were at deficits, but some competitive, and the step plan affects everyone moving on to the step. Pros of implementing a class step methodology is it credits employees for their time in the current job title. So it's a resolution, it's some alleviation for the compression that we found earlier. You get to move throughout your job title based on, or move throughout your range based on the time in that current job title, and it helps adjust for the market as well. With that, that's about the recap of the study. I know that was nice and brief, but I'll open up the floor for any questions or any background y'all may want to see.
I could do both.
All right, thank you. That was very thorough. There were a lot of big words there. I just would ask our city manager, before we go to questions, if you could just give a little summary about this new step this new step system that we're moving to?
Sure, I'll give it a shot. So we took, or they took, the existing pay plan that we had, compared it against market, received input from employees about what they actually did. They have created a new plan. Our plan ranged from, I think, 101 to a large number.
138. 138.
138. We've compressed those to 32 grades, G1 through G32. The $20 an hour minimum kind of pushed everything, right? So the $20 an hour put us in the 75th percentile as we compared ourselves to, I think, 12 or 13 other municipalities in and around the state of comparable size and scope. And so we looked at how the remainder of the classifications could get to 75%, the 75th percentile per job title, if that makes sense. The other part of what has been done, so 32 grades, not including police and fire, and then within those, we went to a step plan, meaning the step 1 would be the entry, step 10 would be the top of the scale, and each pay grade was a 5% differential. It's a more old-fashioned model, but it's what I consider to be the tried and true model, partly because it makes it really clear to employees kind of where they land. So if they're entry level, they're step 1. If we are able at some point to either implement pay for performance, the employees have the opportunity to go to step 2. Or if this council decides in another fiscal year, we want to give everybody a step increase, it is clear to everybody what that looks like. When an employee moves from one classification to another by promotion, it'll be clear what step they go to. So that's the model that's being used. How we place employees on the plan, not everybody is going to get the same raise. When employees move from where they are to the next step, the next closest step, some will receive on average, we're seeing about 5%. Some will be more, some will be lower. The ones that will be more are typically newer employees in lower classifications that are below the new pay grade. So for example, our entry level first year police officers, they will probably see a more significant increase than a tenured manager who's going to see a very small increase. We also looked across the organization for parity so that employees doing a function in one area were in the same classification as those in another. We brought over some classifications from Fulton County. This I know because my history is in county government before I moved here to Georgia, and I could see, the administrative 1 through 4, administrative assistant 1 through 4. And when you really start to analyze it, they're not doing different work. So some of those things we collapsed, and most of those positions are now going to probably be a G2 or a G3. So does that help?
Yes, thank you so much. All right, the chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam City Manager, you might have partially answered my question, or wholly. It doesn't sound as if we will have annual evaluations and recommendations accordingly, or am I misinterpreting?
So we have annual evaluations, but we don't have a system that ties them to compensation. That I think is a goal. In order to be able to do that, I think you have to set out quantifiable, measurable goals for every employee. If not, everybody just pencil whips it and everybody gets it.
It becomes subjective.
Right.
Okay.
And so we have a lot of work to do. I don't think this is work that we'll have done for next calendar year. If you accept our recommendations on moving everybody onto the step, a big part of our work is going to be identifying those goals for employees at the beginning of the performance evaluation cycle, so there are no surprises. So here are the things you need to accomplish in addition to having, good attitude and a positive spirit. They're the quantifiable, and then they're the ones that are not, they're a little bit more subjective. But we need a process to tie those together that ultimately employees are evaluated against.
Thank you, and hopefully with feedback along the way.
Right,
Not just
exactly.
wait until the end of the year and say,
Correct.
I'm not giving you any money because you were bad in
Right, exactly.
June.
Right.
When you could have made it up in the rest of the year.
Right.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions, comments? All right, the chair recognizes Councilman Willis.
Recognize me. The last pay and compensation study we did in 19 was inclusive of the elected official salaries, and I didn't see any type of feedback on that. Is there a reason why that wasn't done? Because whenever we decide to do increases by state law, we like to have, some type of a market analysis to justify why we should do increases or why we shouldn't do increases.
So the elected officials, I believe, were not in the scope of work for this contract.
And so we asked for that.
Okay.
We did.
Okay.
We asked for that.
So we can go back and ask them to do that. It's 8 of you. It's not that complex, but it wasn't done as part of the scope.
Yeah, we asked for that because, I know that's not a popular thing for some people, but for some residents, it's okay. But if we should ever make that decision down the road, we like to have some type of, that's how we made the decisions, our previous decisions based on the analysis done by our previous wage and compensation study. And so we also will like, are the legislative specialists included in this study?
They are.
Okay.
They are.
So yes, we need that. We need that study.
I can go back to Evergreen and ask them to do
Okay.
that. Like I said, I don't think that would be terribly complicated because they would be looking at more of a market analysis.
Okay.
And, I don't want to, I'm here now, but when the scope was done and the process was done, that was prior to my tenure, for the solicitation, but we can add that on and get it done.
Thank you. I guess I need to ask, do we have consensus to do that? So it won't be just like it's one person asking you to do it.
So I think we do have consensus, and because it was a request that was just ignored, I'm not even sure that we need it. But thank you, and I want to thank this council. We, after vigorous discussion, unanimously agreed to raise the minimum wage to $20 an hour for our city. A rising tide lifts all boats, and so now everyone is going to benefit from that, not just our lowest paid workers. It got us to the 75th percentile, so we're still not, we are not the wealthiest or the most highly paid citizen in the city. We're competitive.
We're competitive.
And I thank council for that.
75th percentile on average, but I'm very proud of you all. You all made a very significant statement and impact to the market by doing so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams-Brown.
And yes, and I think that, well, first of all, thank you for your presentation.
Of course.
It really does confirm a lot of what I had suspected around the pay for our employees, and I know that our employees appreciate having things very clearly spelled out, because I don't think that we thank them enough for the work that they do, particularly the circumstances under which they do it. Because, working for elected officials can be a lot. And so and I think that, the mayor, I just would like to amplify what he said about, the city going to a $20 an hour minimum because, a few years ago when they had the fight for 15 and we've gone ahead and exceeded that. And so, my hope is that even, for us as elected officials, as the residents like to remind us anytime the issue of raises comes up, it's a part-time job it's full-time work for part-time money. But so I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that we have a lot of hardworking employees who are sacrificing significant amounts of time to work for the city. And I think that this will hopefully help to lift employee morale in some small measure, knowing that we're taking steps towards getting salaries worked out and getting parity and equity in the pay steps. So thank you very much for taking this on.
I'm glad to have been a part of it.
Awesome. And with that, Mr. Clerk, would you sound to the next item?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is a short executive session for real estate.
All right, I'm actually going to just,
I was going to ask you if we can just put it to.
yeah, I'm going to ask if we could take a 5-minute recess. We're a little bit over time. Is that?
Do we need that?
Yes.
All right. So I'm gonna take a motion to adjourn. We're going to take five minutes.
I move that we adjourn the work session and take a 5-minute recess.
Second.
All right, it's been probably moved and seconded. We'll take that vote by a show of hands. All right.
Court that approves is unanimous. We are adjourned at 6:13 p.m.
Call to order our zoning hearing for 1114. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
It's a roll call for the Alcohol zoning public hearing. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Corey A. Reeves, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
So, and also remind the council to switch over in Novus as well. First item on tonight's agenda is a public hearing regarding the Community Development Block Grant Program. The city is proposing to substantially amend the city's 5-year consolidated plan, 2020 to 2024, the annual action plan, and to reprogram funds. CDRA, Mr. McClendon.
Mr. Chair, I am Reginald McClendon. Good evening to the Mayor and Council, Interim Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. This is a public hearing wherein the City of South Fulton will be submitting a request to the United States Department of Housing and Community and Urban Development to substantially amend the city's 5-year consolidated plan as well as the city's annual action plans for fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022. For fiscal year 2021, the city budgeted CDBG funds in the following fashion. For blight reduction and neighborhood revitalization, $150,000. For public facilities, $62,225. For fair housing, $25,000. For economic development, $150,000. For disaster preparedness, $25,000. And for planning and administration of the funds, $100,000. The city is proposing to amend those recommendations as follows: $412,225 for green space acquisition and $100,000 for planning and administration. For fiscal year 2022, the funds were allocated in the following amounts: for blight reduction, $125,000; for public facilities, $223,128; for fair housing, $25,000; and for planning and administration, $93,280. For fiscal year 2022, for fiscal year 2021, that is the same total of $512,225. For fiscal year 2022, it is a total of $466,408. This is the first of 2 public hearings. The second public hearing will be held on Tuesday, November 28th at 4 p.m. The comment period for these changes as required by the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development started on October 27th, 2023 and will end on November 28th, 2023. If any citizens want to submit written comments, you can do so by emailing them to reginald.mcclendon@cityofsouthfultonga.gov or by mail to attention Reginald B. McClendon, 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, Atlanta, Georgia 30336. Thank you.
All right, this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing and ask our city clerk, do we have any speakers for or against this item?
We did not receive any comment cards in support or opposition to this public hearing.
I'm going to go ahead and close this public hearing and ask if there are any questions or comments from council. Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is public hearing for alcohol license. It's a public hearing for applicant John Z Enterprises LLC, doing business as Sandtown Pub, has applied for an alcohol license for the consumption, sale of wine, beer, and distilled beverages at 5819 Campbellton Road, Suite 202 and 203, Atlanta, Georgia 30331. This request is due to a new license. All applicable fees have been paid, and this is located in District 1. Staff?
Good evening, City Mayor, City Council, City Manager. The application for John Z Enterprise LLC, doing business at Sandtown Pub, located at 5819 Campbellton Road, Suite 202-203, has met all the legal requirements to obtain an alcohol license at this location. This location previously held an alcohol license and is currently operating on a temporary alcohol license. Code enforcement conducted a follow-up inspection on November 13, 2023, and found no violations. Public safety plan has been submitted and approved, and the staff recommendation is for approval.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers for or against?
No, I did not receive any cards in support or opposition to this public hearing application.
All right. Is the applicant here? Or a representative? There you are, a representative for the applicant. Oh, please come forward. You do have 10 minutes. You don't have to use the entire 10 minutes at all. There's no speakers in opposition, but you may want to save some portion of your time for rebuttal if someone presents themselves.
I'm just glad that everything was approved by.
I'm sorry, could you please start with stating your name and address? Thank you.
My name is Frederica Jones. I am the owner of Jonesy Enterprise, and we conduct business as the Sandtown Pub.
All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just glad that everything was approved by the City of South Fulton, and I really don't have any comments or questions right at this time.
All right. There are no speakers in opposition. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and take any questions from council. Seeing and hearing none. This is just a hearing. We are going to vote on this at the next meeting. So we're not going to make a decision tonight, but please join us again on 11/28. What are the Tuesday of after Thanksgiving? Yeah. Tuesday after Thanksgiving. Okay. We'll be at the Southwest Star Center.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item, rezoning special use permits. First item, public hearing, Z23-013, U23-010. It's application by Keela Smith requesting rezone property from AG1 zoning district to the R6 zoning district, and requesting a special use permit to operate a daycare center for property located at 3873 DeMooney Road, located in District 4. Staff recommendation is denial. The Planning Commission also recommended denial.
All right, Mr. McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start out by making a comment for the people gathered here today. There are a number of cases that were deferred at last month's Planning Commission hearing that should have at least been listed on today's agenda. It appears that they have not been listed on today's agenda. So if your case was deferred at October Planning Commission, it should have been announced if it was going to be deferred to the November Planning Commission meeting, which is tomorrow, or to the December Planning Commission. Please appear at that meeting for the rehearing of your case. The first case today is a rezoning request and a special use request that will be heard simultaneously as is allowed by our rules. Z23-013, 3873 DeMooney Road. This is a request to rezone from the AG1 agricultural zoning district to the R6 two-family dwelling district. This property is in the Cliftondale overlay, and it is in Council District 4. This is also accompanied by U23010 for the same address, which is a special use permit to operate a daycare facility on this property. Daycare facilities are not allowed in the agricultural zoning district. The applicant is seeking the rezoning so that a two-way zoning district, which does allow a daycare facility, but it only allows a daycare facility via a special use permit. So they are simultaneously asking for the special use permit. Staff's recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers for or against?
Yes, sir. We actually have the applicant, Ms. Keela Smith, who's, of course, speaking in support, and we have two additional speakers speaking in support, Carolyn Roberson and Herman Scott. Did not receive any comments in opposition.
All right, you all please come forward. Again, state your name and your address before you begin. You will have 10 minutes together, so be cognizant you want to share the time with everyone, and you may want to reserve some portion of your time for rebuttal.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kelia Smith, and I am here in support of Ole's Tots Learning Center. We are a business that is currently housed at 3515 Butner Road, so we're not a new business, we're an existing business. Unfortunately, we have to move because we're in a church, and the church plans to demolish the building in the early part of 2024. In terms of the zoning, I was advised by the former planner that I needed to go from AG1 to R6. Unfortunately, that person is no longer here, but at any rate, we plan to service 40 students ages 1 to 12 between the hours of 6:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. So there's no wild parties. We're working during business hours. Also, we have a staff of 5 to supervise the children. I have with me 2 parents that would like to speak on my behalf.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Roberson. I'm actually a resident in the South Fulton area, and my daughter attends Ollie's Tots. So when I heard that there was an issue with her zoning situation, I definitely wanted to take time out of my schedule to come down here and speak to why this center has been a pillar in our community. It's literally a diamond in a rough. You wouldn't even know that it existed if you didn't know where it was. I'm an older mom. I have 2 older kids, and then I have a small one. And if not for Ollie's Tots, I would have been completely lost. It's not one of the big facilities like some of the kids or anything like that. It literally is just like almost like a home center. But like she said, we have about 40 students, but it gives a lot of one-on-one. So if we were to take this out of our community, I think it would be a great loss. If we can find a way to give her the rezoning variance that she needs, I think this is something that our total community would benefit from.
All right, my name is Herman Scott. I live in District 3. She's been a big part of my son growing up in the past couple of years. When he first started at Ollie's Tots, he really wasn't talking. Within the next 5 or 6 months, with them working with him, he did a whole lot. She did the whole organization did a whole lot. But if y'all could, please vote yes on the rezoning to help her out. It's a good business. They do well with kids, and we appreciate it.
And I also included a traffic study. I didn't have that at the hearing, the last hearing. So it's color-coded. You should feel very, very special. Your name is on it. And you could just read it at your leisure. It basically outlines the different times according to the Institute of Transportation Engineers. And if every vehicle entered from the north side of Butner, I would have about 250 feet of queuing, which is approximately 25 feet per vehicle. And then the center is 650 feet to Butner, so therefore there would be no traffic backup.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Please be advised that Ms. Smith, we are not making a decision today. You do have to come back on the 28th. And I'm going to open it up to council questions and comments. I'm going to start with this question. We had asked some time ago, Madam City Manager, I can't remember if you were here then or not, but when we get these denials from the planning commission, if we could have some more information. We just have denial, but we don't necessarily know why. We don't really get details unless there are recommendations for conditions for approval. But if there's not, then we just have this denial, and we have to like go back and look at the tape to figure out what happened. With that, is there anyone else in the queue? The chair recognizes District 1, Councilwoman.
Just a
Rao.
quick question. I see that the current designation is AG1, and it was indicated that it was recommended for R6, which is a residential zoning versus commercial. And it seems like, that this is a daycare facility. I'm just wondering why they didn't seek a rezoning on a commercial.
Because this is an existing residential property.
It's a house now.
It's a house. They're trying to operate the daycare facility out of the house, which is allowable by law, but only in certain zoning districts, and via a special use permit. So they're trying to rezone into a district, which would then allow them to get the special use permit to operate the daycare center out of the currently existing single-family home.
And just one more question. The 45 students that they're allowed to operate that current, or they've been operating that? I'm confused. At another site? Is that what it is? I'm just unclear.
I'm not sure about the 45 students.
Okay.
I'll allow them to answer that.
Okay, Councilman.
I'm sorry, we've closed the public hearing, so you can't talk, but we'll have more deliberation, like I said, between now and the 28th. The chair recognizes District 3,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Willis.
I was going to say she can respond to a direct question of the.
Oh, she can? Well,
absolutely.
Our zoning attorney says that you can talk. Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. I just wanted to answer the question regarding the number of students. We are currently licensed for 35, but the Department of Health has already come and done their site sewage management report. And according to the report, we can have 40 students and 5 staff. So that's where the information is coming from. And then once approved, I have never prayed so hard other than my student loans being forgiven, that once this is approved, I still have to apply for a new daycare license right from the start, even though we're already licensed because it's a new property. And yes, it's a house, but there are also 3 other properties like it that are daycares. So this wouldn't be the first. And it's single family.
All right, I have a follow-up question by Councilman Willis. I need to circle back with you later about those student loans being forgiven. Go ahead, Councilman Willis.
So, when you say there are 3 other properties like this, is it within a city or within the same area?
So within the city of South Fulton, I guess they were grandfathered in, but there are other properties my children used to attend. Creative Beginnings is one on Enon, and Sydney Pampered Peach. And then there's another one on Stonewall Tail. I don't know if that one is still in operation, but the other 2 definitely are.
Okay.
So when you drive past it, it doesn't look like a daycare or a school, it looks like a house.
Yes, I know where it is.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to tell. So, is this particular house in a subdivision?
No, ma'am. It's a single-family house. And in terms of proximity of neighbors, I would have to walk over to each neighbor's house because it's so far apart.
Okay. And so my question will be to the zoning attorney. Is the reason for denial because I'm just trying to get clarity? Because it is currently zoned AG1 and future land use calls for it to be, this particular business to be in a commercial?
The future land use for this property in our comprehensive plan is agricultural neighborhood, which is the lowest density land use that we have. Agricultural neighborhood does not allow for rezoning into the R6 zoning district, which is a 2-family dwelling district. So it's really designed to be transitional from lower density to higher density. And so the reason for the recommendation of denial is because that rezoning would not be in conformance with our comprehensive plan.
All right, I'm going to go to Councilwoman Gums, but first I'm going to say to our city manager, I know we're working on our retreat for 2024. We're going to need a whole day on this comp plan and zoning, a whole day just for that. District 2, Councilwoman Gums.
So Attorney McClendon, based off of the information that you presented, correct? Is there not another zoning that she could possibly apply for where this can actually work in her favor? Because again, there's not.
I don't believe there would be another zoning that she could apply for. The agricultural future land use it limits one dwelling unit per acre, and so any other. So really, AG1 is the only zoning district that is recommended under that future land use designation. And then you would also have to take into account the zoning districts that would allow her to have a daycare center, which are not many. Most of them are commercial. And this is not a commercial area. This is a very low density residential area. So we certainly wouldn't recommend any type of a rezoning to a commercial use.
But there are several homes, well, not several, there are 2 other daycare facilities with that same type of zoning. So my question is there an override or something that can be done, or is it just at the will of the council?
Well, first allow me to say, of course, you can't see zoning. You can see land use, but you can't see zoning. So I'm sure there are other daycare facilities that are in residential properties, but we don't know what those properties are zoned. And so without investigating that, I haven't investigated that. I don't know what the actual zoning is of those properties. So it is likely that daycare centers are allowed in whatever those zoning districts are, or as the applicant astutely said, it is possible that those uses were grandfathered in. Or I should say they are legally non-conforming uses that were allowed under Fulton County, and our code explicitly recognizes those uses and allows us to continue those uses. So to answer your question, this would be the only, because of the residential character of the property, it's likely that the planner that she spoke with recommended this zoning because that's the only one that will allow her to do what it is that she's trying to do at that property.
So is she not able to just operate with the AG1 zoning that is in place now? So she can't even operate in that?
She cannot. She would be denied a business permit when she applied for one.
So the biggest concern that I have is because this facility currently operates in District 2. There are a lot of families that actually, as they came up and they had a discussion, is very impactful to the community, and this would be a huge loss for the families in the area. I'm trying to figure out where we can fall in line as far as helping this, stay within South Fulton. So my question again is, are you pretty much saying that is it the will of the council that we could possibly override it, or are you saying that it's really nothing that we could do? I don't need I'll just go ahead. Or you don't want to tell me?
No, I was going to say zoning is a legislative decision, so you all can make whatever decision it is that you see fit.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Howard. Sorry, wrong attorney.
I'm going to go to Councilman Sebastian, but I do want to advise we don't have to make a decision tonight, so we may want to just have some follow-up questions offline with our zoning attorney. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. O'Candon, has anyone from staff visited the physical site? Look, I don't know if it's customary.
No, we have not visited the site.
Okay.
We generally would not visit sites unless we're looking for something very specific.
And do we look into things like the amount of parking space and ingress, egress from the facility?
We do look for that when we're making our recommendations, but we don't necessarily visit the site to do so. We'll depend on the information that's given us from the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Rowe? All right. Seeing and hearing no further questions, thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the last item.
Last item on tonight's agenda is a public hearing, Z23-014, application by Kima Tillman to rezone property from AG1 zoning district to the TR zoning district to develop 8 townhomes on property located at 5510 Feldwood Place. It's located in District 5. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation is denial. Staff?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Z23014. The address is 5510 Feldwood Place. This is an application requesting to rezone from the AG1 Agricultural Zoning District to the TR Townhouse Residential District in order to construct 8 townhomes on 1.1 acres. This is in Council District 5. The staff recommendation is approval. Planning Commission recommendation is denial.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Are there any speakers in support or opposition, Mr. Clerk?
We have the applicant present, as well as we did receive, I believe, 3 comment cards, 2 in opposition. And Ms. Collins, are you in support or opposition? Okay, we have 3 in opposition, but we do have the applicant present.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and ask the applicant to come forward. Please state your name and address. You will have 10 minutes. Keep in mind, you may want to reserve some balance of your time for rebuttal after you hear the arguments of those in opposition.
Thank you. My name is Kima Tillman with Tilco Construction. I live in Douglasville. I am seeking to change the property at 5510 Fairwood Road from AG1 to Townhouse Residential. We have a slide I want to present.
Yeah, they did submit a presentation before the meeting, but we're having a little problem pulling it up. So if you can just proceed and I'll bring it up.
The existing property is a single-family property that was damaged by a felled tree several years ago. The property was in such blight that the city actually had it torn down, and it remained in that condition until today. Currently, it's a vacant lot that I routinely have to go pick up trash and other debris. At the last hearing, one of the concerns that was brought forth was this an example of spot building, which it is not. Spot zoning, which it is not. Spot zoning generally refers to a rezoning of a small parcel to a classification that differs from the general surrounding area. For instance, if a home is allowed to be used for business purposes that will otherwise be residential. So this property does not meet the definition of spot building. Secondly, the question was asked, did it meet the future use designation for South Fulton County? Per the 2021 Comprehensive Plan land use designation, the subject property has a future land use designation of a suburban 2 neighborhood as designated in the 2021 South Fulton Comprehensive Plan, which supports the proposed zoning. And I had some slides to show what the current site looks like, which is just the remains of a demolished house and not much else. One of the other concerns was, will approval of this rezoning adversely affect the green space? Well, currently there is no green space, and I intend to add green space in addition to the properties. And I also, in the slide, next slide, please, sir. This is the development that I propose to put at that site. It is in keeping with the appearance of the houses that are currently there. And as I heard mentioned earlier, this would be a solution to some of the affordable housing issues that the county is currently facing. South Fulton, as we all know, is growing at an exponential rate, and it's just not enough affordable housing in the area. Well, I'm the guy who wants to provide that. I am a native of South Fulton. I've seen what South Fulton was, and I believe in what South Fulton can be, and I ask for your approval. Thank you.
All right, we still have 7 minutes and 2 seconds on the clock. You want to call the speakers in opposition, Mr. Clerk?
As I call your name, please approach the center microphone, state your name and address. The current speakers are Alvin Reynolds, Michael Venable, and Glenda Collins.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I am here to represent the Fairwood community because I live in the area. The Fairwood community is totally against property zoned from AG1 to TR Townhouse Residential District. The infrastructure is inadequate to accommodate any additional traffic in the area. In the past week, we have had 5 automobile accidents in the area. 1 was fatal. Each time an accident occurs, the traffic backs up on Fairwood Road and is totally unbearable. If we should have an emergency during that time, no one can be reached to service the people that need the help. We are asking that this property not be rezoned from AG1 to TR Townhouses. Thank you.
Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle. Let's go back. Hopefully this is a refresher from your training on zoning. Classic definition of spot zoning. This is the process of singling out a small parcel of land for a classification totally different from that of the surrounding area for the benefit of the owner and to the detriment of the other owners. As it relates to residential, unfortunately, this area is classified as a subdivision 2 area, which usually specifies 3 to 5 units per acre for density. This proposal is almost double that. If you have a map of the area, you can see there are absolutely no townhomes whatsoever in the area. These are houses on 1-acre lots. Across the street, there is a subdivision of single-family homes in the 3 to 5 unit per acre designation. I consistently say this all the time. This land use plan needs a massive overhaul. Let's get real. If the house right beside the house that you're living in was to burn down, someone cleared it and bought the lot, this plan says, well, you can go put 8 townhomes right there. Look at the address of this property, 5510 Fairwood Place. You have to go down Fairwood Road to get there. This is not like it's at the edge of an area or near a commercial development. This is dead deep in the middle of residential homes. If our comp plan is leading us for this type of action, our neighborhoods are doomed. This helps to totally explain why the communities in the South Fulton area are the way that they are. This has absolutely nothing to do with the applicant. I can respect and admire the hustle. You're buying a property as an investment to make money. But this is the wrong way to go about it.
First of all, a property should never be bought unless you had gone through zoning first and have it contingent on that zoning. This destroys the entire fabric of the area if we're going to go around and say that this is proper and condone this with the regulations of this city. I urge you to totally deny this application. You think about it. The house beside you, gone, and you have an 8-unit townhome built right there in the subdivision.
Good evening, Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia. I reside in District 7. It's often said that because you don't live in an area, you really shouldn't be speaking on things that, that are not in your district. But I believe that speaking on items across this city makes us one unit. This particular project, as I said, and I hear my colleagues speak on, and I agree with everything that they say and state, I had to go back to the previous case that wanted to be zoned R6 from AG1. And this was a zoning that was for District 4. And here we are with the zoning already in place as AG1, and a future land use plan is to move that zoning from AG1 into the TR zoning and so forth, which resides in District 5. What are we doing here? Are we being selective as to where we want things to be? This neighborhood has nothing but homes, and we want to bring in an 8-unit townhome development. It doesn't match that area, although it looks like homes, but they are townhomes. And what we have with townhomes, and you may disagree, but history has shown us that these are potential rental investments. And that's something that we are fighting diligently, especially in our areas, to stop happening, which is killing our communities. AG1 in one area, but it's okay to go from AG1 to TR in another. Yes, we need affordable housing, but affordable housing doesn't need to be in one specific area. Balanced development is key. And we should take our time and sort out the areas where this will be acceptable and will be a benefit to our city. The comprehensive land use plan, thank God that it's going to be addressed. And I really wish that you address it with a fine-tooth comb. It needs amended. It needs redone, because there are certain districts that really that land use plan is not favorable for. Not against anybody progressing, but let's be fair throughout this city from 1 through 7. Thank you for your time.
All right. Mr. Tillman, you have 7 minutes and 3 seconds for rebuttal.
Firstly, I appreciate the concerns of each of those people. For start, the lady who lives in the community. I understand change is difficult to witness, especially when you feel as though you're not a part of it. But I refuse to believe that anyone in that community would prefer to look at a vacant lot that is routinely overgrown, littered with tires and other unspeakable debris. I'm not seeking to add to that. I'm seeking to improve that. I see what others do in other communities, and I look at my community and I say, well, why don't they do something in our communities? Well, rather than ask why doesn't someone else do it, I volunteer to do it. And it would be helpful to have the support of the local community, but often what happens is the local community is against it because they're just against change in general. But once they see the product, they develop a sense of pride and even a sense of pride and community. Secondly, the second gentleman who spoke, at the conclusion of the last meeting, I spoke to him outside and asked him about his opposition to the property. And at that time, I asked him, have you even seen the property? At which time his response was no. So he was adamantly against a project that he had not even stepped foot on the property. Thirdly, the other gentleman lives 8 miles away from that community. 8 miles. 8 miles. So my question is, why are you, what is your opposition to improving a community that obviously needs it? I mean, it's obvious. As you see from the pictures, it's no question. And as you see what I'm attempting to present, it matches what's there, and it's going to be a beautiful upgrade. And I'm adding green space, which there currently is none. As I stated earlier, I'm from South Fulton. I used to drive up and down South Fulton as a child. I remember what it was. I remember how warm it felt. I remember the families that were there. And I see what has occurred now from people who have no vested interest in our communities, coming to our communities and putting cheap products. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to put a product that not only is affordable, and I've heard the term affordable housing used like it's a dirty word. Affordable housing doesn't mean poor people. Affordable housing means providing housing where people can have beautiful housing and have money left over to do other things. And as stated, it does match the existing homes. And the last concern that the gentleman made, any home is a potential rental property. Anybody who has a home could wake up one day and decide that they want to change their home to a rental property. We can't combat that. So I respectfully ask the board to approve this project, and to the lady who is an actual resident of that community, ma'am, I assure you, we'll make you proud. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to close the public hearing and open this up to council for questions and comments. All right, the chair recognizes District 7 Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. I guess this is a general statement, not meant to be a question specifically for anyone, but you know, it's very disturbing to me when I hear people characterize a townhome as not a home. I live in a townhome, and it is very nice. And matter of fact, where I live, they're so responsible with how they keep up my community that the grass is cut every Tuesday. It was cut this morning in the front and the back. And it's a very safe community. It's a community where people who need to afford to live there, live there. You get to know your neighbors. Now, I just don't understand, you know, why any other community that has a vacant plot of land should not be developed in some type of productive way. I get calls all the time from people who complain about illegal dumping. I see illegal dumping all the time. I see Click Fixed a whole lot. And I just don't understand that if we are a city on the rise, why is it that we have individuals in our city that are just opposed to anything that makes sense moving forward? When the gentleman that is proposing this asked, what is the problem? I'm asking the same question, because anything that comes up, whether it be a townhome, whether it be a Valvoline, whether it be anything that's progressive, anything that would bring up the value of our city, we just have individuals that come in on schedule, on cue, to just say they don't want it. And they have nothing else to offer or contribute. Now, I also want to say that because we see illegal dumping, a gentleman like this one that's proposing this project, do you know how unsustainable community cleanups are? Do you know how many thousands of dollars you spend picking up other people's trash? And then you talk about the mindset The mindset of the people that live in our community sometimes is real off. A lot of the children that are raised in our communities do not have an appreciation for our homes because they see the same, they see a lot of, I'm going to say this, and I hate that this sounds wrong, but they see a lot of raggedy homes where people do not cut their grass, cut their shrubs, upgrade what their house looks like, paint it, put new windows, do these type of things. So when you have kids that live in these communities that are old, 30 years plus, and they're not looking any better, they throw trash. They have no appreciation for things. I know that when I see new type of development, new type of projects, and they look nice, other people want to move and live in these type of communities. And for young people, young professionals, they have no incentive or no reason to want to live in one of our communities if you don't offer them an option that's affordable to them, and then later on they can aspire to go bigger. We have to be more open-minded in what we're looking at as we grow as a city. And what I like to hear is when someone comes forward and is proposing responsible ownership, responsible development, and saying that I yield.
All right, the chair recognizes District 3 Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. So I'm going to go back to the zoning code because really I appreciate all of the comments, but we have to take our emotions out of it and try to stick to the code. So, Mr. McClendon, is it the staff recommends approval and it was the planning commission who recommended denial? Because I have on here, maybe I'm looking at this wrong. Okay, staff recommended approval, but the planning commission recommended denial.
That's correct.
Okay, so basically staff, according to our zoning code, which is what staff looks at and recommends, the area can be zoned for R3, R3A, R4, R4A, R5, and R5A. And the zoning for the zoning request is, Mr. McClendon, the zoning request is for our...
Are you looking at the previous case? This zoning request is for TR.
Okay.
If I could help you, Councilwoman Willis, I think
Yes.
you're asking why did you all recommend approval and the planning commission recommended denial?
Yes, that's to simply put that. Yes, that's my question.
Understood. Here's how I'll attempt to answer that question. I will not attempt to speak on behalf of the Planning Commission, just like I wouldn't attempt to speak on behalf of this body. There are 8 of them, just like there are 8 of you, and they all have varying opinions, and they all voted in varying fashions for the ones that were present. What I do and what case law instructs me to do is that I take all of that information and I send it to you all in an email with the video, the staff reports, and the minutes of those meetings so that you all can peruse it before you make your final decision. So I would just suggest that you go back and take a look at that video and in their discussion, which frankly I don't recall what it was, even if I would try to answer that question.
Okay, so I'm looking at the staff report that you sent, and usually when they have, I don't see any information from the CZIM, like any emails or how many people were in attendance. Is that information, that detailed information I could request for?
You can, but it should be there. It might just be one sentence that says that no one had any comments about this matter at the CZIM.
Okay, because I'm looking at it and I'll go back and look at the tape. So as far as we know we only have one constituent from this district that has come and spoken in opposition today, and the CZIM, there wasn't any opposition.
From my recollection, there was no opposition at the
Okay.
CZIM.
Okay, thank you. And staff recommendation is to approve, and the planning commission is to deny.
That's correct.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes District 2 Councilwoman Gomes.
Attorney McClendon, I know that the developer sent a presentation. Are we able to get a copy of that presentation that will be provided?
Yes.
Okay, and am I allowed to ask the developer a question?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could come up. You could have kept your. So what other properties have you developed in the South Fulton area as far as building wise?
In South Fulton proper, none, but I've done many properties in the city of East Point, as well as the city of Atlanta, Alpharetta, et cetera. So I have
Are you able to share those so we can just kind of do some?
I can provide addresses, but I don't have those with me at this moment.
Okay.
If there's a format for me to get that back to you, I'd be happy to do so.
I greatly appreciate it. If you could send that over to the clerk.
Certainly.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
And the clerk will send it to all of us.
All right, the chair recognizes District 5 Councilman Reeves.
Councilman Reeves, we can't hear you.
Amongst the things that are on our priority list are a city hall with a city council chamber, that we don't have to set up AV every time we have a meeting. We're working on that. As we wait on Councilman Reeves, this is his district, so we'll give him the last word. I do have a couple questions and comments. First, Mr. Tillman.
And the queue.
Okay, Mr. Tillman, this is surrounded by single-family homes. Is there, what was your rationale for requesting to build townhomes versus just building another single-family home?
Initially, when I bought the property, I intended to put a single-family home there. But when I found out about the future land use designation, I saw a prime opportunity to provide housing for not just one family, but 8 families.
All right, thank you.
He put something in the chat.
Can you read that for us?
Yes, Councilman Reeves says, can we reconvene a meeting with the community and developer within the next week, next Monday to be exact? I received many emails concerning this parcel.
So Mr. McClendon, we are not making a decision before the 28th. Is it allowable, advisable, that the community and the developer might meet before we make a decision on the 28th?
That is allowable. I would just ask that any information that is gleaned from that meeting that makes it to the council be done so in writing and also sent to our department so it can become part of the record of this case.
But let me go a little further. What would your recommendation be for whom should set up and coordinate that meeting? Should that be done by council? Should that be done by CDRA? Should that be done by the developer? Who should initiate that meeting?
I don't have a particular recommendation for that.
All right. Oh, so you've heard that is a request of the council person for that area. I want to have a courageous conversation about a couple more things. I promise this is my last courageous conversation of the evening. The first is the zoning map. Throughout our zoning hearing, I have been looking at the city of South Fulton's GIS system, and it needs some work. It's about 3 times slower than the Fulton County's GIS system, which has been my go-to because there's a better layout, it has more information, it works faster, it's just better. It's just a better system. However, they apparently no longer have zoning information. This is a new development. Even after we set up ours, they continue to have zoning information. I don't know if it's just so much time has passed. They're worried about having the accuracy, if there's some sort of communication issue, but I can no longer see zoning classes for any of the cases that we have spoken about tonight. For 55 Fellwood, it actually lists the property in Atlanta. So the information isn't even right. There is no zoning information for that property or for several of the properties around it. So I hope that we can just do some work on that. I am going to slightly disagree respectfully with Councilwoman Pritchard. I do think that there is an issue if every other parcel in this neighborhood has a single family home and there is a look that this neighborhood has. And I understand future land use, and we might need to have a courageous conversation with our communities about not only the future land use for this, but some of our other residents might be surprised to find out what future land use has been planned for their own communities. I think if we're going to, whatever we do, we got to be fair and consistent across the city. I was a resident of District 5 until last year, and I have moved to District 1. I live in Loch Lomond. There is a blighted and abandoned house at 1780 Loch Lomond Lane. I go jogging past it every morning. I think we've torn down the house now and there's just vacant land. There's a couple of vacant properties. I promise you that my neighbors in Loch Lomond are not interested in seeing townhouses anywhere on Loch Lomond Trail. And so if we're not gonna do it there, we shouldn't do it anywhere else in the city. The next thing that I would say is that there's nothing wrong with vacant land in our city. Like, there's nothing wrong with green spaces that are not being used. We are not obligated to develop every acre of land in our city. We could leave some the way that it is. And the owner of the property, just because there is not a house on it, doesn't mean that they have no obligation to maintain it, to mow it, maintain it, make sure that it is not unsightly. If you own vacant land in the city, you're still required to maintain it, whether you build on it or not. So regardless of the decision that is made, Mr. Tillman, for as long as you own the property, you will still have to maintain it. And if there are things that we need to do to make sure that if there are restrictions or rules that we need to put in place around vacant properties, Mr. McClendon, that are not in place to make sure that they still maintain the look of the land. I think the first, under the blighted property program, which I wrote the legislation for, the first property that we bulldozed was on Peppermill Lane, and it has become overgrown, and I believe that residents are upset about that. So we need to make sure that that those things are in place. And then lastly, I would go to a comment that Mr. Venable and Mr. Reynolds made. And I will say, Mr. Venable and Mr. Reynolds and I, we don't agree on a lot of things, but I do want to respect and applaud the fact that for a decade, even before we became a city, for many, many years, they served on the planning commissions and zoning boards in Fulton County, and they help author the plans that we have in place now. And I think what they're really just asking is that we respect the plans that they wrote. And I think that we have to respect the plans that that we write as well. And lastly, I would add that I would hope that there is some, I know we've got staffing, I don't want to put more, we have some staffing issues in our city, and I don't want to put more on the plates of our beleaguered CDRA staff than, you know, they already have. But I would hope that that there is some kind of education that happens, because I believe that Mr. Venable is right. When you buy land with the intentions to do something, to build or to develop or do whatever, the buyer should be aware that just because you have this plan and you bought the land doesn't mean that you get to do it. And so I just want us to be cognizant of all of those things. I'm going to recognize District 1, Councilwoman Rowell.
Thank you. I think this is a courageous conversation moment because I've heard a lot today, and even some of the people I've heard comments, I know that our community does not understand our comprehensive plan because it's basically a description of a future state that I think if you read it, you couldn't find a whole lot of things wrong with it. But when our staff makes a recommendation, they are looking at that future land use map. And some of these people who gave comments participated in those meetings. So every recommendation comes from our staff, and I can tell that this gentleman, he did his homework. His recommendation and what he proposed is consistent with the land use. Many times I hear people come up here and say, and it's not based on anything other than emotion, but we do have to follow the law. And so I think we got to do a lot of work to educate the public. It was a lot of people who participated in those community updates. I remember mine at the Southwest Center, and it was full of people. And so when we talk about what we're not doing, that was informed by citizens who showed up and participated in those meetings and in that process. So, you know, that's just not on the council. We need the community to be engaged and understand legally what we can and cannot do. And I'll just leave it at that.
Councilman Willis, are you in the queue again? Okay. All right. Seeing and hearing no further comments, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item, which is, I think,
adjournment of the meeting.
all right. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn special call meeting.
All right, following our new council format, I am going to call to order our third and final meeting of the night.
You got carried the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Let's do a vote by show of hands.
Record that is unanimous. We are adjourned at 7:30 p.m.
All right. Third and final meeting of the night, I call to order. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll for our regular meeting?
It's a regular meeting of the City of South Fulton City Council. The Honorable Catherine F. Rowell, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Guns, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Corey A. Reeves, District 5. It's present via Zoom.
Count of 4.
Thank you. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
So, Mayor, you have a quorum, and Chaplain Nunley, is Chaplain Nunley here to do the invocation? May come to the center mic, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for this another day. We thank you for allowing each of us to convene here at the City Council meeting. God, we ask that you continue to watch over our leaders of the city, the citizens of South Fulton. God, we ask that you let us be a city that's on one accord, God. Lord, we ask you to continue to keep us and bless us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. If you would, please sound the next item.
Next item is Roman numeral 5, approval of city council meeting minutes, regular meeting minutes from October 24, 2023, and work session minutes from October 24, 2023.
I move to approve the city council regular meeting minutes as well as the city council work session minutes for October 24th.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded that we approve the city council meeting minutes as sounded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for the question? Can we do this by show of hands? All in favor? Any
Record that as
opposed?
unanimous, approved.
That motion carries. Mr. Clerk, if you would, please sound the next item.
Next item is adoption of the council agenda, and I know there are several additions that council members need to make. Also wish to announce that item 3 under Roman numeral 7, presentation of a proclamation to Virginia Gilmore, is being removed by Councilman Reeds at this time.
Right. Thank you. Councilwoman Willis.
I would like to add to the agenda, or amend the agenda to add the following items for approval under, let's see, I guess I'll just put them under item number 11. Request for approval to partner with Parks and Rec and South Fulton Police for Shack Claus at Welcome Mall Park. Oh, okay. Okay, so in addition to that, I would like to add the Christmas luncheon at Welcome Mall Park with the Quilt and Pinochle seniors for the month of December, date to be determined, in partnership with Councilmember Gomes. I also like to add a development meeting at Welcome Mall Park to be determined end of November with Commissioner Arrington. I would also like to add the following for donation approvals. Gunner Foundation donating 375 turkeys to Turkey Meal Giveaway November 20th. All of these are for the Turkey Meal Giveaway November 20th. Camp Givens Foundation, 200 turkeys. Playmakers Foundation, $3,500 to purchase turkeys and produce. The Fulton County Sheriff Office will be donating up to 200 turkeys from a turkey drive. Also, one more donation I have to add for approval. A donation, monetary donation from United National Bank for Thanksgiving's meals giveaway, up to 100 turkeys. Thank you to all my sponsors.
Councilwoman Pritchett, then Councilwoman Gomes, then Councilman Sebastian.
I would like to add to request to host on December 5th the Georgia Public Policy Town Hall meeting that will be at the Economic Development Office. And I would also like to add a request to host, or to approve, to host the Old National Christmas Party on December 23rd at the Crestview Conference Center, which will be hosted by myself and Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Councilwoman Gomes.
And I would like to add for the date of December the 6th, 2023, the senior Jingle Jam at Wolf Creek Library, which is our pretty much senior health monthly activity.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. On the consent agenda for the plat approvals, I want to pull A and B off of the consent onto the regular agenda, please.
That's item number 7.
A and B, yes. There's some sub numbers listed on the agenda, but if I need to read them out, I can tell you. It's the Derrick Road and the Hayes Estate projects.
Okay. Are there any other amendments to the agenda? Okay.
I have one.
Councilman Reeves.
I would like to add the GA Summit at the Crestwood Event Center on December the 4th, and the Agricultural Christmas for Kids on December the 16th, 12 to 3.
Are there any other agenda? Okay, Mr. Clerk, I trust that you got all that.
I have all 11 of them.
Because you knew I was going to ask. All right. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I move that we approve today's regular agenda as amended.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we approve the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for the question? Can we do this by a show of hands? All in favor?
I record that as unanimous. It is approved as amended.
Are you back?
I missed the discussion. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item is alcohol license rezonings, variance, and modification cases. This is for motion and vote. The first one is number 4, U23-007, application by ST Holdings, LLC, requesting a use permit to operate a short-term rental at 7240 Hobgood Road, Fairburn, Georgia, 30213. It's located in District 4. This was deferred at the September 12th public hearing.
I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I want to make a motion for us to deny this application.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded that we deny this application. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for the question? Let's go ahead and do this. Mr. Clerk, if we could do this by roll call.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Rao.
Yes.
Councilmember Gomes. Councilmember Buelas.
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett.
Yes.
On Councilmember Reeves.
Aye.
That motion to deny was approved unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
Next item is the Z23-011, second read and request approval of ordinance to rezone from R3 to R5A, property located at 0 Estes Drive. This is located in District 5. I believe this is up for deferral.
That's correct. Yeah, I would like to defer for the next another 30 days.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we defer this for 30 days. Is there any discussion? Councilwoman Rao.
I just wanted to clarify, it seemed like the city attorney was going to say something.
It actually was going to be deferred until the January calendar, according to speaking with council.
Okay. Until January?
Well, I would like to move and offer a friendly amendment to defer to January per the recommendation of the city attorney.
Second.
All right.
What's up for an amendment?
I'm sorry, Councilman Reeves, could you repeat that? You were muffled.
That he accepted.
I'm sorry, accepting the amendment.
Thank you. All right, it has been moved and properly seconded that we defer this item until the January meeting. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for the question? Mr. Clerk, if we can do a roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Gumbs? Yes. Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Sebastian?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeves?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Pritchett?
Yes.
That item was deferred to the January meeting unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. If you would, please sound the next item.
That brings us to public comment. And I'll read the rules for tonight's public comment. City of South Fulton believes that any resident or business owner located in the city limits should be afforded the opportunity to address the mayor and city council, provided that designated rules are followed by the speaker. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during the public comment period of the meeting. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comments should be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the city council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item which they are addressing, and the city council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Speakers may not be allowed to make remarks that have been legally recognized to not be protected speech. Comments while addressing the council. Speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purposes of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read into the record, I did not receive any public comment cards tonight. We did receive one online, but their comment was not regarding anything on the agenda.
I think that must be a first. Well, all right. Mr. Clerk, if you would, please sound the next item.
That brings us to council comments.
Okay. We will start in reverse order, since those of us on this side are always last. Councilwoman Pritchett.
Well, thank you everyone for watching our meeting, and I'm excited. Oh, you guys can't hear me? Okay. Thank you everyone for joining us this evening. I would like to announce that on December the 5th from 6 to 8 p.m., the Georgia Public Policy Foundation, in partnership with me, will be hosting a community town hall meeting, and we will be talking about affordable housing solutions and quality school options. So I'm very excited about that, and I hope that you all will see it on my city webpage and that you register. We also will be having food and refreshments. Thank you.
Councilman Reeves.
Thank you all. Just go to district5mewe.org for latest updates, and then just make sure you join our Monday calls from every Monday from 6:30 to 7:30. And I love you. You can't do nothing about it.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to thank everyone for their support of our first Veterans Parade and the second, I think the second chili cook-off, which was won by a District 4 resident, by the way. It was a great time. I've had a lot of great feedback on it. It's year one, and I'm looking forward to year two. And I just want to thank staff and the police for doing a really good job in controlling the traffic and see to it that the area didn't get clogged and everyone left the LA parking lot area and arrived safely at Burdett Park. Thanks for Councilman Reeves. They call me Reeves all the time, so no, I'm calling him Sebastian. Thanks for working with me on this, and I'm looking forward to making it bigger and better in 2024. Also, thanks to staff for, it was a little last minute, the giveaway of the turkey and hens yesterday in District 4. We didn't have enough, so I've been telling folks, come next Monday, we're doing it all over again at Welcome All Park, this time for the entire city. And lastly, I want to invite folks back out to District 4 for our second tree lighting on December 1st at 6 p.m. We'll be doing our tree lighting out there, and we will be doing toy giveaway. Thanks to the James family in remembrance of their mother and wife. So again, looking forward to seeing everyone there. We'll have music, fun, and a whole lot. Santa will be there, of course. I don't know who he'll be this year, but he will be there. So thank you all.
Councilwoman Willis.
I want to thank Jackie Howell and public safety staff and Jackie Howell staff for helping me pull together our going on 6th annual turkey meal giveaway. I want to make one correction to what Councilmember Sebastian just said. We need you all to register. You cannot just show up. We need you to register. We have cleared out several registrations today. There were several people who registered who were not City of South Fulton residents, and their tickets were canceled. And so there is room for people to go out and register. We have a 12 to 1 registration, 1 to 2 registration, 2 to 3 registration, and then after our registrants are taken care of, if it's anything left at 3, anyone is welcome to come through. But we do the registrations to help control traffic. And I want to thank you to all of the sponsors that are helping us secure turkeys and produce this year. I also want to remind everyone that we did go through a redistricting, and during the election process, I heard a lot of residents complain about knowing that they were in other districts. Please make sure you go and check where you live. I am going to make a personal commitment to send out postcards to everyone that I have addresses for in my district. There was a lot of confusion around that. But you got to know your rights as a voter, and you got to know where you live. And thank you for everyone who participated in the election process and everybody who attempted to participate in the election process. The votes were certified today at 2 p.m. I want to thank everyone at the Fulton County Board of Election for everything that you do. I'm glad we didn't have to wait until 10 o'clock to get the results. I think the results were timely. If you're not getting my newsletter, please subscribe at District 3 428-428, District 3 428-428, or you can email me at helen.willis@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. That's helen.willis, cityofsouthfultonga.gov. My phone number, my city cell phone number is 404-803-4219. 404-803-4219. And thank you so much. I try to communicate as much as possible, but if I don't have your information, I can't communicate to you. So please send me your information so that I can stay connected in any HOAs that have recently been redistricted to District 3. Please, if you want me to come out to any of your holiday gatherings, or if you want me to come to any of your HOA meetings, please reach out to me. Or if you don't have a HOA, you have a community, you want me to come visit, please reach out to me and let me know. I'll be happy to attend. Thank you so much, and have a good evening.
Councilwoman Gomes.
As you all know, we are a very, very busy city, a city on the rise. Whew. Stuff happening in the city of South Fulton. However, we are moving into the spirit of, which is actually my favorite holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas, spirit of giving and thanks. But I do want to let you all know that there is a resident that lives in the city that has been focusing on bringing a professional orchestra to the city of South Fulton. And they will be having their event at the Southwest Arts Center on November the 17th at 8 p.m. It is the Southern Strings Symphonia, I believe that's how it's pronounced. But this is a free and open event to the public. So if you're ever interested in learning more about a symphony, I'm speaking too fast, my New York is coming out. Please make sure you attend. I think this would be a great way to also support individuals in our community as well, bringing different opportunities. Also too, of course, with the Aerotropolis Nature Park that is off of Butner Road, we are seeking volunteers to come out and help me and Councilwoman Rowell, and hopefully some of my other colleagues will come out and help us clean up that particular area. That will be on November the 18th, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Of course, that is our newest online nature park that is in District 2. So if you are interested, please let us know. Wear comfortable shoes, bring some gloves, and maybe I'll bring some wine. Oh, we can't bring, well, that's a private park. We can't bring, oh, well. Okay, never mind. But either way, we'll leave and go somewhere afterwards. So just wanted to let you know about that. And District 2 will also be collecting books. Of course, we are very big on increasing literacy here in the city of South Fulton among our students and even among our families. We will be collecting books to support our Fulton County Board Commissioner, Francesca Warren. So if you have books or gently used books that you would like to donate, please do so. We also have tiny libraries that are still throughout the city of South Fulton that we will also love to replenish with some books. I think that's all that I have. I don't want to talk too much, but I want to thank all of the veterans. And again, we are in the spirit of giving. And hopefully you all will enjoy, and I'll get a free turkey somewhere along the way. Oh, I got to register? Well, I got to register too, so I probably won't get one. But again, thank you all. I'm looking forward to moving this city forward in a great 2024. Thank you.
Councilwoman Rao.
Thank you. I too want to thank all the residents who participated in our electoral process. And while many would comment and say the numbers were not significant, I can tell you in District 1 that historically we had not seen over 1,500 voters. So this time we had over 2,300 voters. So kudos. While there's room for improvement, we can continue to encourage you to participate in voting. I want to encourage you to participate in a District 1 holiday party. It will be held on December 15th at the Southwest Arts Center. We always have a great time. We are encouraging you to go ahead and register via Eventbrite. At that particular event, we also collect toys. We have worked with the fire department and provided toys to families who are in hotels on Fulton Industrial. We'll continue to do that. So that's your missions ticket. Bring a toy for a child. And I look forward to seeing you there. That's all I have today.
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I forgot to mention, I know we all did. We had an awesome time here at the Trunk or Treat. I don't know, did I miss the meeting? Why we didn't mention that? But just want to thank the staff of the Parks Department and all the departments that participated here and the people that came out. It was an awesome event. So I just wanted to make sure we just, recognize those people that put that on. I know it's Councilwoman Willis' baby and it's been a while and she was a little busy, even afterwards. But again, thank you guys for your support. And also I just wanted to say thank you to those who ran and won their seats in the last election and those who participated in the process. That's the kind of city that we endeavor, that people have a right to run for office and we can all go through the process. And at the end of the day, we're still all pulling to build a great city of South Fulton. So thank you all. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Surprisingly, I actually have something to say tonight. Not much, though. First of all, I would like to extend my most heartfelt thanks to Chief Chad Jones and the fire department for their response to the trunk or treat that was held at New Life Presbyterian Halloween. Somebody, as believe it or not, while we are in the church parking lot, it was the church, y'all. Somebody set fire to the woods behind the church as we were there. And Chief Jones, his firefighters, responded. There was also a really bad wreck in front of the church right before you get to Creel. So there was a lot going on that night. But I know that Reverend Williams and the members of New Life greatly appreciate the response of the fire department to that situation and the work that they did to not only to get the fire out, but to also protect the property. The church owns a little house that's over there in the woods that they use for storage. And so I want to publicly thank everyone for the response. The response time was great. They did a great job of getting there and getting that fire out. And I certainly hope that, they catch whoever did that, because that was quite a lot. But thank you for all that you did that evening. And the only other thing would be on December 18th will be the District 6 Christmas with a Cop. I will be sending this, out, the flyer out, at the Heritage Park Clubhouse, where, we will have Santa and toys and food. So please do come and support that. We have food. But please do come and support that, and please be looking for that to come out in my newsletter later this week. If there are no other comments, Mr. Clerk, if you would please sound the next item.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Reeves.
One more thing. I'm sorry, one more thing. As also this Saturday, Jacob's Hill and Hand is having a fall festival at Camelot, and we're having Coffee with a Cop at Woods Memorial from 12 to 1, and Jacob Hill and Hand is having the fall festival at Camelot from 1 to 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments? Mr. Clerk, if you would please sound the next item.
That brings us to item 6 on the agenda, consent agenda, with the requested item 7, letters A and B removed to the regular agenda. So consent agenda items 6 through 8.
I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we approve the consent agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for the question? If we can do it by a show of hands.
Show that approved unanimously as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. If you could, please sound the next item.
That brings us to the regular agenda items under administration. First item is request for council approval for a change order for the professional service agreement with Piper O'Brien for space planning services for the City Hall Annex space planning and design of restroom additions for the municipal court, space planning design of public restrooms for City Hall, and contingency funding, increasing the contract amount from $97,000 to $147,000, which includes $12,750 for contingency. This is funded by the General Service Facilities Professional Service Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we approve item number 9 under Roman numeral 12. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for the question? Can we do this by a show of hands?
I record that approved unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. If you'll sound the next item.
Next item is actually a first read. It's first read of a request approval of an ordinance amending the work session policy. This is sponsored actually by Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown and the city manager.
Okay. All right, first read. If you'll please sound the next item.
Next item is request approval of a request by the Parks and Recreation Department to host Shaka Claus at Welcome Mall Park with Shaquille O'Neal and Councilmember Helen Willis on December 2nd, 2023.
Well, I'll entertain a motion.
Did you want me to read the other items that were, the events that were added as well?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the Shaka Claus on December 2nd, 2023, there's also a Christmas luncheon at Welcome Mall Park with council members Willis and Gomes. Date to be determined. There's also a development meeting with Commissioner Arrington on November 30th, or date to be determined. Also, there is December 5th public party town hall meeting at the Economic Development Office. That was added by Councilmember Pritchett. Also have on December 23rd, Old National Christmas Party. That is sponsored by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Williams Brown and Councilmember Pritchett. December 6th, District 2 event, which was, I have it here. Which one was that, Councilmember Gomes? What was the name of your event? I know I had the email. Senior Wellness. Jingle Jam on December 6th. Also, Georgia Summit at Crestwood Event Center on December 4th. That was placed on the agenda by Councilmember Reeves. We also have a Christmas with Kids on December 16th, also placed on here by Councilmember Reeves. And turkey donations from the Gunner Foundation, Camps Giving Foundation, Playmakers Foundation, Fulton County Sheriff's Office, and United National Bank.
I would like to make one friendly amendment. We are having the walkthrough with Shaka Claus tomorrow, so I know we said December 2nd, but December 2nd or to be determined in case if they decide they need to push it out, because that's pretty big. So with that friendly amendment, I move that we approve all measures as read from the clerk.
Okay. Is there a second? It has been moved and properly seconded that we approve all of the items read by the clerk. I'm not going to pretend that I remember any of that. Can we do this by a show of hands, please?
I record that as unanimous. That's approved as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. If you will, please sound the next item.
Yes.
Next item under procurement, contracts, and spending. First item is South Fulton Police Department requesting council approval to award an invitation to bid number 2360 record towing services annual contract to the primary vendor, Young's Towing and Transport, and S&W Services of Atlanta as the secondary vendor. The contract costs to be paid by those towed.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the item as read, as well as the General Services Department is requesting council to approve and award invitation to bid for the Cliftondale demolition and site preparation project to the Southern Environmental Services to demolish and prepare Cliftondale Multipurpose Center for site of new construction in the amount of $377,670.82, as well as request for council approval to enter into agreement with Parayana Construction LLC to demolish and rebuild the pool pack at Welcome Mall Park for the amount of $896,925 under an existing state contract. This is to be funded by the General Service Facilities Building Maintenance and Repair Fund Council approve interim city manager recommendations for the renovation of Waccamaw Pool, Res 2023-064, September 26, 2023, as well as requests to enter into an agreement with CSX Transportation Incorporated for the Stacks Road bridge replacement, as well as requests to enter into an agreement with CSX Transportation Incorporated for the Cascade Road bridge maintenance, as well as requests for the to enter into agreement with CSX Transportation for Mallory Road bridge maintenance, as well as requests for approval for memorandum of understanding agreement between the city of South Fulton and the city of Atlanta to accept $71,807 from the 2023 Burn Justice Assistance Grant JAG program. And lastly, as well as approve the request for approval of resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interest necessary to complete the Stonewall Tail and Union Road intersection improvements project OS 615 parcel 14 to authorize the city of South Fulton, Georgia to condemn said property's interest, whereas necessary. Acquisition costs $1,500. 4560 Stonewall Tail Road, District 3.
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded that we approve items 12 through 19 as read. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for the question? Can we do this by a show of hands?
I record that as unanimous. Those items 12 through 19 are approved.
Mr. Clerk, if you could please sound the next item.
That brings us to the item pulled off of the consent agenda under subdivision plats. Councilmember Sebastian pulled off letter A, 5090 Derrick Road, replat, as well as Hayes Estate lot split, both of them located in District 4.
Councilman Sebastian.
All right, I'm not going to delay this long. I just could not find enough information, enough history in the documentation for these plats. I don't know if they were approved on the Fulton County, so I don't know how to think about them based on what I was reading. And I apologize to staff if I missed something, but I really want to learn a little bit of a history of these two plats, right? Were they approved on the Fulton County? What's the process that they went through, if any, or are these just now coming up before us for approval? Because they went to Fulton County and didn't have to go through zoning.
Don't have that available, so do we want to defer this to the next meeting, those two to the next meeting while we get that information?
Okay, what impact would it have on the projects, if any, if we defer them?
It's hard to say, but we do meet again in 2 weeks.
Yeah. All right, so I'll move forward for deferring these for 2 weeks until our next meeting.
Is there a second? It has been moved and properly seconded that we defer these two items until the November 28th meeting. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for the question? Can we do this by a show of hands?
Record that as unanimous. Approved to deferral to the 2 weeks.
And with that, that brings us to the end of our agenda. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn and
executive session. Okay. Motion to go into executive session.
Motion for executive session for real estate only? Personnel, cybersecurity, and litigation.
Okay. It has been moved and properly seconded that we go into executive session for personnel, real estate, litigation, cybersecurity. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for the question? Show of hands.
Record that as unanimous. We are recessed at 8:12 p.m.
Okay. I will entertain a motion to reconvene.
I move to reconvene.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we reconvene. Can we do this by a show of hands?
Record that 4-5-0. We are reconvened at 8:32 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Were there any items discussed in executive session that require a public vote?
No, there was no action from executive session that required a public vote.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. That being the case, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
It has been moved and properly seconded that we adjourn. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, are we ready for the question? If we can do this by a show of hands.
I record that 5-0. We are adjourned at 8:32 p.m. Thank you. And have